co-chair. Yes. And your conference bag.
Stems good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eva Brattholm. I'm head of communications at NORAD, one of the co-sponsors of this conference, and it's a great pleasure for me to be with you today. The name of the day is Society, Secrecy, and the Global Market. That will be the key issue for today. So let me introduce our first speaker today. It's for students here at the school. It's a well-known man. Mr. Guttorm Schjelderup is a professor here at the Norwegian School of Economics. He has published a wide range of economic journals worldwide, and his research on multinational cooperation and tax havens. Mr. Schjelderup will speak about the nature of secrecy jurisdictions, or tax haven as they also are called. Please, Mr. Schjelderup, the floor is yours.
I'm good to go. Okay, so I prefer to talk about these jurisdictions as secrecy jurisdictions and not tax havens, although in my talk today I'm going to be using those terms interchangeably. I'd like to call them secrecy jurisdictions because what they do is that they sell services to foreigners mainly, where information is private about what is going on. And they do this. Combine this with what I will call a ring-fenced legislation and lack of effective supervision. So these services that they sell, these favorable rules of legislation that they have applied to foreigners only, locals are in general supervised and they're taxed. So by ring fencing, I mean that there is two sets of rules, one for those who reside, live and work locally, and one for foreigners who want to buy services, set up firms. These secrecy jurisdiction firms, they are owned by foreigners. They cannot operate locally in the tax haven or in the secrecy jurisdiction, if you like, because the legislation, the interpretation of the legislation is seen, and the consequences of it is seen as so harmful that they will not allow it to work domestically. That means that these firms are really operating elsewhere in normal states where normally the owners of these firms live. And if there is any harmful side effects or externalities that follows from their activity and the legislation in these tax havens, it goes on in states that we are calling non-haven states. Normal states like Norway, for example. The adverse effects of secrecy can be detailed and discussed. Economists like to talk about them as creating asymmetric information. One party knows more than the other party. In secrecy jurisdictions, we have hidden information about who the real beneficial owners are. It's not easy to find financial records. If we find annual accounts, they are often insufficient in detailing what is going on. These jurisdictions are also characterized by lack of response to inquiries and lack of effective supervision and monitoring, which has consequences which I will come back to. This is worrisome, and it's not worrisome because I say it's worrisome. I don't need really to lean on, as will be clear to you as I progress, on Nobel Prize winners here, but I will nevertheless lean on the Nobel Prize in 2001, where three very distinguished gentlemen, Akerlof, Stiglitz, and Spence, sort of in different areas carved out that asymmetric information, hidden information, creates costs to markets and hampers economic growth. We have, as parties, to overcome these information asymmetries, and by overcoming them we incur costs. The most obvious cost for some of you who sit here is, for example, that if you represent a tax authority, you are striving much harder and has to put in much more resources to figure out what is going on in a secrecy jurisdiction than you have to do if you were to go to Sweden or Norway and figure out what is going on. In financial markets, if we have a financial institution who has hidden debt, in an SPV vehicle, for example. This creates uncertainty as to how much depth is hidden there, and if there is much more than what we already have seen. What that causes in the market is higher interest rates to take care or get paid for that uncertainty. Now that hampers growth as well. So there's just a wealth of examples that we could talk about that phones the reason for why asymmetric information is bad. Now in normal states, like in Norway, tax privileges or any privilege is supervised. And the reason why we're supervising them is because we don't like those privileges to spill over. So in Norway we have a favorable treatment of agriculture, but we would like to limit it to agriculture. And it is hard for other firms that are not part of that sector to get into those agricultural privileged schemes. In secrecy jurisdictions, there is a lack of supervision compared to normal states. Why? Well, first and foremost, because supervision doesn't have an income side. Why? Because firms in these jurisdictions do not pay tax. Secondly, these jurisdictions are very often very tiny. So there are very relatively high costs for them to engage in monitoring. Just to set up and do an audit of accounts, for example, is very costly even in a normal state. For these states where such audits would not be purposeful for any means of collecting revenue, they are just too costly to set in. And they don't benefit the local economy. Why? Because these firms are not allowed to operate locally. So there are no local customers, there are no local creditors, etc. So why should they supervise? And finally, supervision does not benefit secrecy, which is at the core of the business model of these jurisdictions. So the lack of supervision, and that's one point I'm going to bring to you, creates really a second layer of secrecy. We may ask for an annual report or financial records for a company, and the company registry may look it up and find that it is there, but it may not be there also, or it may be insufficient. And then we have a ping-pong game going on where they request the firm to supply more, and the firm sent, we've already sent you this, you just failed to register it, etc. Shell companies is one way to conceal information. A state that registers a company is required by international rules to collect proof of customer's identity. One of the side effects of lack of supervision and monitoring is that it is possible to set up such untraceable anonymous corporate vehicles who can then be done to conduct activities, and when something goes wrong, we cannot figure out who are the ultimate beneficial owners. And it's not only going on in tax havens. It's also the case that this is going on in jurisdictions that are linked to secrecy jurisdictions. I have a quote here from Jason Sharman, who will talk tomorrow to you guys, where he says that in the United States and the United Kingdom, anonymous companies are freely available to anyone who has an internet connection and a few $1,000s. Now, this is very worrisome, because if we worry about supervision and monitoring in secrecy jurisdictions, and someone comes and tells us that we have a problem in our own backyard as well, this is something we should take notice of and do something about. The point is that by being able to achieve anonymity, we lower the costs of any type of wrongdoing that we can think of. I'm also going to talk to you about the example of Cyprus, because we have an excellent business newspaper in Norway, Dagens Næringsliv, who has worked for a long time on just looking at how the company registry in Cyprus works. And they have found that they're up to 10 years behind in firm registration. The papers are stacked all around on floors, tables, under tables, over tables, in corners, big heaps. They don't check upon delivery whether the actual required information is there. The guy that sits and do this just takes the note, the firm name, and so on, and just puts it aside. And they really don't punish people who don't comply with these rules, and the head of the registry is basically saying, if you haven't delivered records or they are not in line with what they should be, you could go undetected for a long time. The EU and the FATF are surprised over this, but I am not surprised, and this is what we have been telling them for years. And the question is, why should they be surprised about this? International monitoring of these jurisdictions have up until now basically been based on that legislation is in place, not that it is enforced. Why should this be a surprise then, right? It is quite clear that we're dealing with jurisdictions that are not really interested in complying because they have been dragged into this against their business model, which is to be paid for services, firm registration, accounts, and so forth in exchange for secrecy, lack of supervision, and the whole set of favorable laws. So we basically need to audit them. And I know that the international communities have plans for this. It remains to be seen whether these new plans and rules will be effective. Opportunity makes thief. What do I mean by this? Well, this is a well-known phrase in English. It means that if you are not monitored or not monitored enough, you will break the law. Because of this, in most normal states, the tax authorities have started to rely on what we call third-party reporting. It means that banks, my bank will report my deposits, the interest rates I have, and my employer, which is NHH, will report to the tax authorities what kind of salaries I have, and I will be taxed accordingly to this. And they do this because there is overwhelming evidence from research and also from experience within the tax authorities in different states that when individuals self-report, they cheat. Cheating goes up. That's also, of course, the reason for why we have police in the first place. Some monitoring will reduce crime. Secrecy jurisdiction is actually preventing us from enforcing the principle of third-party reporting, just confirm all the difficulties that the EU have had over the savings incentive, and that's just within EU states. So basically the tax havens will leave the choice of reporting to the taxpayer. Now this just simply triggers more tax evasion, and it also makes it more costly to collect tax revenue. So that's another point related to the costs of asymmetric information. There is a common perception in the economic literature, that's my own peers, that tax havens are basically low-tax jurisdictions that offer opportunities for tax avoidance. Now, the term tax avoidance is basically legal tax planning. And there is increasingly also a notion that the days when you could hide money in these jurisdictions are done. It's a pattern of the past. Is this really true? There is very clearly a gray area between legal tax planning and strictly illegal tax planning. Why? Because firms, law firms, auditing firms, are pushing the limits of what they think they can do, how they can interpret the law. And sometimes they overstep this, we could call it the thin blue line, and they end up in court, and they end up also, in some cases, being convicted. So because of that, there is a logical sequence of arguments here that says that if tax havens encourage tax planning, inevitable following from that will be tax evasion as well. So it is plainly not true that they only offer opportunities for tax planning. A side effect of tax planning is also that there will be tax evasion. The second point I make here is that the ability to hide money is surely not something of the past. We have just this year seen scandals of money laundering with the HSBC Bank. We've got new disks and files from Jersey with account holders and so forth. So surely there is still secrecy, there is still a hiding game going on despite all that is being done. One of the things I would like to talk about is ring fencing, this sheltered tax law regime and tax domicile. So I've told you the firms that are registered in these tax-favored legislations cannot have local operations, physical firm operations, employees. Sometimes they can't even use the currency. So if you're in Mauritius, you cannot use the local currency, so you have to conduct all your operations in another currency. But these firms are tax domiciled in the tax haven based on where the real management functions are at the board level. Now, in order to get that right, they will have to require locals to be part of the firm's boards. And there has been a critique over that these locals are having hundreds, if not thousands, of board positions, and they possibly can't be board members. And because of this, they have created a new thing called corporate board members. But these corporate members, board members, are just local firms drawing from the same pool of people that already are in the tax haven. So nothing is really changed, but these firms are really claimed to be doing the jobs that board members of these tiny jurisdictions otherwise couldn't cope with. So I think the question is still out there. How many instances of false tax domicile is there out there? We don't know. This is shrouded in secrecy. It is a lingering question if some of these are just straw men. And it is, I should remind you, not uncommon in these jurisdictions to use undated letters of resignation for local board members. And the argument that the secrecy jurisdictions make for this is that they have them for administrative ease. So I'm a board member, I've signed a letter of my own resignation, but it's not dated, it's kept with someone else, the owners of the firm or the corporate board member or the service provider that helps out. But I could be fired at any time of convenience of the other guys. Now, such letters are, of course, if we think about it, a very powerful tool to instill obedience onto board members who derive a significant part of their income from such service. And this practice is not common in normal states. Let me give you an example of this called the Sark Lark. In the 1980s and 90s, the Channel Islands, Jersey and Guernsey, became famous for the Sark Lark. The laws in existence at the time allowed you to be registered at the island of Sark, which was a tiny island, if you used Sark board members and held your board meetings there. Sark had no taxes, no financial supervision, no firm registry. So firms could basically do what they pleased if they were being tax domiciled there. Mr. Croshaw, who was taken to court in the UK because some of the firms where he was a board member for and also a director for turned out to be engaged in illegal activities. It turned out when he came to court, and the state attorney presented evidence that he was a board member for 3,378 companies. Well, this is actually not a wild figure. If you're laughing of this, the truth of the matter is that there are figures like this around today in these jurisdictions. Just think about the tiny island of the British Virgin Islands with 19,000 inhabitants, right? It's the same figures you will see there if you look into it. Now, well, the High Court of Manchester basically looked into the evidence and said that he could possibly not be the board member here. He was a straw man, and because of this, they convicted him from acting as a director for any UK companies. But there are still firms today using Sark board members. Sark has grown. Its population is now 900 instead of 600. And it really just shows you that what is really going on here is at least sometimes doubtful. And it is very hard to figure out what the realities are for the tax authorities because they are shrouded in secrecy. Only when they invoke information exchange requests and they are being answered properly, we can really figure out what is going on. But I will talk about that later. This is basically another example based on what I just said. This is Barack Obama, who talks about the Ugland House in Cayman Island, where 19,000 firms are registered, and he says, can these firms really be managed from this tiny island and this tiny building? It's sort of just an example of that. Some of the things that are going on here we should be doubtful about. And remember that they can create this, and this is another point I want to make. They can create this because we have this rule that the firm is subject to tax where its real management is. Would we, as economists or as political scientists, have written the law differently if we could start with blank sheets? That's a very interesting question. Should we worry about this? Well, we have defense lines. Countries have what's called controlled foreign company rules in Norway, that is NOKUS, which are aimed at taxing people who have tax haven firms. Even if they haven't received dividends, you will be taxed based on the share of the company's income. But the requirement for these firms is basically that you're in control of the company, and in order for the tax authorities to know that you're in control of the company, they have to know that you have the company. You have to self-report. And then we know that some people don't self-report. Okay? And secondly, even if you report that you have this thing, what is to prevent you from, if you are a crook, to just have nominees as shareholders so that you get below the bar of, say, 50% ownership share, and by doing so, escape the application of this type of rules? We know that this is going on because, again, we have had court cases in different countries where we see that this is going on. Now, we also have domestic law, of course, where we could actually say that you are not really conducting management activities in the tax haven, you're doing it from here, so we're going to move the company. But that's very hard to prove and a very cumbersome process. Then we have the information exchange treaties, which are very useful, but in order to use them, we have to know something on beforehand. I cannot go and ask if Peter Jones has an account in Jersey or in the Cayman Islands. I have to prove that he is linked to this jurisdiction and that I have a real question related to, say, tax evasion or something that justifies my question. Only then will they reply. So I have to have information from elsewhere before I can go to them. And a more scientific approach to these treaties is basically this. They are useful, yes, but we don't know how large the iceberg is, because the guys we catch here are the guys that are sort of sticking up below the water. And it is very hard to assess what the shadow numbers really are here. And finally, the information exchange treaties do not really get away with the main culprit here, the ring-fenced legislation and the way tax domicile is structured. But they serve as a very, very useful point of tackling these problems. The question is just how far they will go and evolve, and what kind of political cohesion the OECD can get in order to put more pressure into these treaties. Since these secrecy jurisdictions make a living of concealing information, they are harming economic growth, and they are particularly harmful to poor countries. It's again the ability to hide and conceal that creates these effects, and that allows individuals and corporations to escape the full consequences of the things they're doing. So in the continuation now, I'm going to speak about those things, and I'm going to have a special emphasis on poor countries. And the reason why is that poor countries are at particular harm, partly because they are having less resources relative to us to tackle the problems that are following from tax haven activities. Let me just start by giving you examples of evasion of regulation in just a few areas. One is safety in transport and the environment. We had the Scandinavian Star accident in Norway where there were safety breaches. We still don't know who owned this ship. So if you wanted, for example, to bring the owner of the ship to court for murder, if that was something you thought he had committed, we can't find it. We don't know who he is. Similar problems to oil spills, removal of shipwrecks. If these vehicles or vessels are hidden in an anonymous corporate structure, we cannot find who the ultimate owners are. The insurance is not enough to cover the externalities that follow from whatever happened to them, and they are home free. National safety, I mentioned here Anders Behring Breivik, who had an account in Antigua. The Washington sniper came in with a false passport to the US, shot 10 people to death. And we've got various scams going on with shell companies that I'm sure Jason Sharman is going to talk more about tomorrow. And I've mentioned already the financial sector uncertainty created by opposite risks. One of the things that is allowed in some secrecy jurisdiction is that you can use other countries' suffixes, company suffixes. So, for example, you think you're dealing with a Norwegian firm because it has the suffix AS, which is limited responsibility, but it may actually be a firm from Mauritius, because there you can freely borrow and use any suffix you want. So if you're worried about where your law of court is, or if you're worried about the difficulties of handling a partner that after a while behaves irresponsibly, you better first check whether this firm is registered in the Norwegian firm registry before you conduct trade with him. But that creates transaction costs. We have examples of insider trading from corporations where the owners are hidden in tax havens, where the guys behind the companies are red flagged so they are really not allowed to trade shares, but they are hiding behind these vehicles. And we can sort of walk any sector here where it is possible to do this, and we can see that harm is being done because you can conceal information and obtain anonymity. I would like in particular to talk about phishing, because it is probably there where we can sort of trace all the full set of externalities. It is a common phrase in fishery economics and in political science as well, called illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing. And it is widely acknowledged that ship registration in these states are also associated with jurisdictions that we normally think of as just tax havens, but they're also what is called flag of convenience states. Examples mentioned in an OECD report is Bermuda, Cayman Island, Cyprus, Isle of Man as examples. I think there's a whole list of these things. One of the problems with these vessels is that they come in and they violate fishing regulations, and because of that make it very hard to handle and manage fish stocks in stocks that are threatened and under depletion. We also know that some of these trawlers are creating havoc to coral reefs, and outside poor countries where they don't have a coastal guard, they are basically at liberty to do whatever they want to do. So this is the economic side to it, but this brings me to my second slide, which you will see in a short while, and I'm going to make the point that with tax havens, we're not only talking about harmful economic activities or violation of insider rules or anything. We're also talking about murder of human beings. We're actually talking about ethics, and we have to ask ourselves as a society, how far should we go? I mean, it is the ministries of finance in most countries who've been handling the tax haven problems because they have been occupied with tax planning and tax evasion. But what I've already shown you is that the implications of tax havens are much, much broader than just that. And they end up sometimes in murder. The United Nations have a project on human trafficking, that is human beings being sold as slaves for different purposes. And in the fishing industry, in these pirate ships, sometimes referred to as floating coffins or slave ships, I've just picked one example of many. I could have given you a whole list. There is these big reports about this. This is 49 Cambodian workers who had served aboard such a slave ship, where 59 of them had witnessed that the captain murdered a crew member, and one 19-year-old guy had witnessed 2 decapitations. That's just one of many examples. We have another example of 39 Burmese fishermen who all died of thirst because this pirate ship didn't, or the captain of the pirate ship did not want to go to shore to resupply it because he feared he would be arrested. These people who work on these ships are sometimes chained to their workstations. They entered the contract sometimes where they were minors. and they are being killed. And these firms are registered again in secrecy jurisdictions, and they are anonymous. We can't trace the owners. So that's food for afterthought. We also have perhaps the most, what should I say, challenging things ahead of us when it comes to poor countries. Poor countries are at the fiscal state like Norway was in the late 1880s, 1890s, start of the century, because at that time we weren't industrialized enough so that we had wage registries that meant that we could tax wages. So because of that, we relied on taxing land, and Norway had sort of a tax base where 80% of the tax base was property taxes. Now this has changed, of course. No, property taxes is almost nil compared to other tax bases. But in poor countries, then they rely on taxing capital, and they rely in particular on taxing a few large corporations. In Tanzania, a country of around 20 million, there is around 300 companies that contributes to close to 70% of the tax revenue of that country. The worrisome aspect with secrecy jurisdictions is that they are very often used as the intermediaries here for shifting profit income away from poor countries to rich countries. And there are various techniques. I'm not going to talk about them. I'm sure Frian is going to talk a little bit about this, and maybe others also. I'm just going to mention that mispricing of trade is one technique. To shift debt across countries so that you minimize the tax burden in a high tax country, the use of financial derivatives, even dating back financial derivatives so that they can extract income, just as we saw corporate leaders in the US do with their bonus payments, may be going on here. And then we have all the deals that we know the political elite in some poor countries are doing with the big multinational companies, because we see that the companies don't pay tax. They have got agreements that effectively exempt them from taxation. Let me talk about institutions. Some people think that taxes are perhaps the most important driver for economic growth, but that is wrong. The most important driver for economic growth, as we as economists at least have established it, is what we call institutional quality. That is that we have a well-developed legal system, that we have protection of property rights, that we have a well-functioning public bureaucracy, that corruption levels are low, etc., etc. All these are hallmarks of countries that are at a high developed state. They are not the hallmarks of poor countries, where it very often is the opposite that is going on. Weak institution, corruption-ridden, and so forth. We know at the same time from research that if we could triple the institutional quality in a country, we could actually sevenfold economic growth. So this is a very powerful tool. Building institutions are important. Now, I'm going to make the claim, as the Norwegian Commission on Capital Flight did, that the secrecy jurisdictions are actually providing the ruling elite in these poor countries with incentives to weaken their own country's institutional quality. Why? Well, simply because since we have the secrecy jurisdictions in place, these places provide a much safer haven for stolen assets than if they did not exist. So what I'm saying is that as long as we have secrecy jurisdictions, we have lower costs of stealing. And in countries with weak institutions, it then becomes more attractive to steal. Do we have evidence for this? Yes, we have. Stealing taxpayers' money means less investments in institutional quality, or for that sake, public infrastructure. Let me give you just three names here and dwell a bit on Mobutu, who has been one of the most studied dictators. Studies show that he's had sort of a straw into the state revenues, which allowed him to steal between 15 and 20% of the national budget in the 1970s. Money hidden in tax havens. He's got big palaces around the world. We know that income per capita in his country in 1992 was half of what it was when he came to power. This tells us that there is a second order effect of weakening institutions that in the end may unravel a country, lose control of the country, with conflicts, open diamond mines, and all these things going on, which tells us how important institutions really are. And then we've got Sani Abacha, which we know have stolen at least $3 billion US, because that's what we've been able to retrieve, but we know there's more out there, we just don't know how much. And Tim Daniels will talk about this, and will also talk about how difficult it is to retrieve these countries. And much like Jason Sharman is going to tell us, that it's to obtain anonymity is sometimes not only limited to secrecy jurisdictions. The difficulties we encounter is sometimes also related to how what we call normal states are behaving. And we also have evidence that politicians are rewriting the law in order to be able to themselves apply and extract money, in this last bullet point here, from the teak rainforests. Rules that, to start with, prevented the political elite to exploit revenues, ended up with the opposite. I'm also gonna talk a little bit about the fact that secrecy jurisdictions do not only offer a safe place to hide money, they may actually affect the way countries are being governed. Now, it's clear that countries will be affected by how they're governed if you tear down institutions, if you kill the head of the economic crime unit, which we saw a year or so in Malawi. We know that we're weakening institutions. But it could be that we change the whole constitution to benefit ourselves. In a very famous paper, two brilliant economists, Ragnar Torvik and James Robinson, challenged the view that the way states are governed, whether we have a parliamentary democracy or whether we have a presidential system, is stable. They said that political scientists tend to think that these forms of governance are stable. And they're stable because of historic facts. And they said that let's look at Latin America, let's look at Africa, and let's see if they're stable. And just to give you an example from their paper, where they set up by saying that there are 27 African countries south of the Sahara. At time of independence, 5 of these had a presidency, the rest were parliamentary democracies like we have in Norway and most of the European countries. In 2009, all of these countries had converted to presidency, except for 3, which is Mauritius, South Africa, and Botswana. Mauritius is a tax haven, and, well, you know what South Africa and Botswana are, and they're doing quite well relative to the others. Now, there is a rather long list of presidents in these newborn presidencies who have stolen from society, and it also seems that these countries have changed their constitutions from good to bad. It is those that remain parliamentary democracies, representing a wider body of society, that has done the best. I'm going to talk a little bit later about why we think that is the case in more detail. Secrecy jurisdictions presents an income opportunity. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean by that if I want to conceal income, I want to conceal income from the taxman. I want to bribe a politician, I want to derive income or benefits that will give me income from that bribe, and I can hide it. That's an income opportunity for me. My private income will go up. It is very easy to show you, but I will not show you, that such an income opportunity could lead to lower income for everyone. And one easy way to convince you for why this argument is right is basically to say that if this income opportunity is used to weaken institutional quality, we are going to weaken economic growth and we're going to lower income for everyone. So what seems like an attractive proposition for me as an individual to exploit this income opportunity is in the end going to end with a smaller cake that we all have to share, and that's going to leave us with less income. But it is very, very hard to exactly estimate what the costs are, because how much is being exploited of this income opportunity is really shrouded in secrecy. So what we as economists try to do is to use a proxy for income opportunities to see how countries react to this. And one thing we can do is to look at natural resource richness, because both poor and rich countries have natural resources. We could, of course, argue that when we drill for oil in Norway, we have to have jobs. We have to man the oil rigs. We have to man firms that deliver parts and equipment to the oil industry. So surely just exploring oil and drilling for oil must create more jobs than if you were to, say, use a tax haven to benefit your own private income. That may be true. But I'm not going to take that argument further. I'm just rather going to show you something that has startled economists called the paradox of the plenty, or the resource curse, which is that over the last 40 years, countries rich in natural resources of all kinds, not only oil or gas, but all kinds of natural resources, have on average had lower economic growth than other countries. So this type of income opportunity is really bad for you. And this is measured here by, up here we've got growth, and here it should really be export of natural resources in percentage of gross domestic products. And here all these dots are countries. So you see these countries that are up here have very high growth, but they also have fairly low endowments of natural resources. The more you're going to the right here, the more natural resources you have. Then you've got some countries who actually have a lot of natural resources, but they have negative economic growth. But then you've got an outlier up here who seems to have a lot of natural resources, but also quite high growth. But the average, the regression line here between all these dots shows us that there is a negative relationship between economic growth and natural resource richness. But there is, as I said, country variation in this sample. Some countries are doing really good. So what sets them apart? What explains this resource curse? And there is a massive literature on this. So I'm going to give you two of the high points of this literature. 3 Norwegians, I'm happy to say, who control for absolutely almost everything you can think of that could influence the reason for this negative relationship. And they find that resource-abundant countries become growth winners or losers depending on the quality of their public institutions. Good institutions means growth, which means that if we go back to this thing here, this country here has good institutions, this country here has got bad institutions. And then you got Boschini, Pettersen and Ryan in another famous publications who shows just the same, that it is the combination of institutional quality and the ease with which you can explore natural resources that depends whether you are part of the resource curse or not. If you have open diamond mines, that's bad for you because any thug can come in and steal those diamonds. And it is then much more attractive to tear down the institutions that should govern what is a common resource to the nation. But this tells us that secrecy jurisdictions is part of the resource curse, because I've just told you that we have evidence for the fact that secrecy jurisdictions affect institutional quality. So they're actually behind part of the pattern behind explaining the resource curse. There is, of course, other things that makes institutions bad: lack of money, lack of economic development. But secrecy jurisdictions is part of this. And it explains to a certain extent why poor African or Latin American countries are hurt by the resource curse, whilst Norway is one of the countries that is high up there with high endowment of natural resources, but also high growth. So what I've just told you is summarized in this figure here, that countries with good institutions, it is the same thing, are unaffected by the resource curse. They're here. Countries with bad institutions have this negative relationship. So, in a very innovative study, 2 researchers asked, is it so, could it be so, that if we try to categorize all these countries that have resource endowments, that they actually fall into categories? Could it be that there is mostly presidential rules in these countries with bad institutions? Or is it the opposite? Or is it the presidential regimes are all countries with good institutions? It's the parliamentary democracies that are here and that are hurt by the resource curse. And what they find is, of course, that the good institution countries are all parliamentary democracies. And their explanation for this in poor countries is that, unlike the United States, where the presidency is followed by balances and checks, in poor countries, the power in a presidential regime is gathered in few hands, where the president is much more almighty than what you typically find in a Western-defined democracy like the United States. So research shows then that presidential systems are less able to transform increased income opportunities into growth, in particularly in poor countries. And that the resource curse here seems to affect presidential systems and not parliamentary systems. And we should worry about that personal enrichment through a political career makes it more tempting to change the political system. For opportunistic politicians, that's the point I'm going to make, tax havens represents a useful tool to adapt policies towards personal gain. And they also have an effect on what kind of people choose to become politicians. And they may also have this side effect that the proportion of bad politicians in poor countries are larger than they would have been if we did not have secrecy jurisdictions. Final point. We should stop confining the problem of tax havens to just that of tax evasion and tax planning, because the picture I have sort of painted for you here is much, much broader than that, and it affects all sides of society. So what do we do? Well, I don't have an easy answer to this. I have already said that I think the information exchange treaties that the OECD has started on is useful. I am not so sure that they ever will be enough. And because of that, I'm proposing to you that if we think about this, the United Nations failed to create the World Trade Organization. I mean, after the First World War, we had trade wars with export subsidies, import duties that prevented trade. Countries realized that trade was being hampered, and that economic prosperity because of that was being hampered. So in the end, we had a parallel track going on to the UN track. We had a track where 11 countries said that we believe in free trade, we believe that countries should defend themselves against harmful tax practices, and we are going to band together in a free trade type of union. Now, these 11 countries became 33 countries when the United Nations failed, and they became the World Trade Organization. This took us a good 50 years to create. We have free capital flows came about in Norway in 1992. Before that, you had to apply for an export license of money. We have fundamentally the same type of problems as with free trade. We have the problems that we have some states that have invoked legislation and rules that causes harm in other countries. And we have yet to establish a unified framework for how we defend ourselves against that. The OECD is trying with information exchange treaties, but the problem is that they are a group of 30-something rich countries, and there are tax havens among them, and there are larger countries among them, like the UK, with strong interests in maintaining the City of London as their main financial centres, that aren't too keen on change. And that's why I worry about the political cohesion and traction with the OECD initiative. And that's why I'm asking you also, could it be harmful that we have a second track where we try to create what economists call a focal point on the other side of the wall, where we all try to figure out what is legislation that is acceptable when it comes to free capital movements? I don't think we actually have the choice if we want to claim that we are ethically driven in what we do. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Small gift. It's far below, the worth is far below the taxation level, so there may be no problem for you. Thank you very much. Before you leave, we have a few some minutes extra now. So if any of you have any questions specifically to Mr. Schjelderup, please, your chance is now, and I will come back to you, to the audience, chance of giving comments and ask questions in the moderated debate later today. But if there is something you really want to comment to Mr. Schjelderup, please. Yes, please. Rise and present yourself.
I'm Tanya Esbeth, working for NORAD. I wondered if you could just say a few words about this second track you mentioned. What could that be?
Well, I think it could be just like what GATT started out as, fundamentally carving out what kind of externalities from legislation that we find unacceptable and what kind of defense mechanisms a state could invoke against them. Such a thing could be, for example, that, or could be initiated by, say, Norway sitting together with a group of countries that has a like-minded set about how they think about tax havens or secrecy jurisdictions, and sit down and carve out rules of what is acceptable and not acceptable in this setting. Much like Norway did when it came to cluster bombs and mines. A small group of countries, lots of skeptics in there. In the end, we ended out with a convention against this. It works. We know that some countries will never sign under it, the United States being one of them, but the United States are among those countries that whenever it is opportune to take this convention to heart, they are bringing it forward and say, this is against this convention. So I'm saying that that type of track where we start with a group of countries that says that we as an international community, much like international trade, are not served well by having these tiny jurisdictions in our midst with legislation that surely are harming us in various ways. How do we cope with this? And then based on that, and this small initial initiating group creating traction, building on that. GATT started out with 11, became 33, and is now the World Trade Organization. So that's just one. There may be other. There is another openness guarantee thing, which is that which has been proposed, which I think is also just an example of a good idea, where if you are, say, drilling for oil or something outside a developing country, you have to write a contract before you're awarding the license that you are waiving secrecy if you're using these jurisdictions. So you're saying, I'm going to drill for oil here, but everything is going to be transparent. And then this country will have to say, okay, you will not be awarded the right to drill on this block unless you're signing this contract.
That's a very interesting thought we'll come back to in the moderated debate. It's parallel to the Cluster Bomb Convention. Please, you had a question? Yeah, please rise and present yourself.
Yeah, my name is Eleni Bank. I come from the Norwegian Trade Campaign and Campaign for the Welfare State.
I have a question to you regarding that second track. Given the strength of financial sector at the moment, and given Norway's interest in tax haven, the Norwegian oil fund has established itself in or subsidiary in the tax haven. What incentives do you think OECD countries would have to create such a second track?
That's a very good question. I personally think they are very low. One reason for that, as I said, is that the OECD countries are determined to follow their own track, which is the information exchange treaty track. And secondly, there are countries in there who are clearly tax havens or secrecy jurisdictions, and these countries are clearly against a second track. Another point is, of course, that the OECD, as I said, does not represent poor countries. And I've told you just now that poor countries are perhaps the group of countries that are harmed the most. But paradoxically, sort of a catch-22, if you like, is that since I'm claiming that the ruling elite are the ones who are exploiting the system, the ruling elite will also be against change. Which tells us that change will have to come from the rich world initially, largely at least. But that's a paradox.
Okay, then we go back to okay, one more question.
Yeah, my question is where you have ended, and I'm just wondering if the ruling elites are the most corrupt, for example, from where we come from, who's going to help us out of this mess? And if the Western countries are also benefiting from our situation in the poor countries, what's the fate of the poor? Do you have any ideas?
Okay, very challenging question. Come on.
Yeah. No, I think that point is a very good one. It's very worrisome, and that is why I say that we cannot afford to rely on the OECD. Simply, we cannot. If we're worried about the ethical side of this, that people are actually being killed at the ultimate end of some of these structures. The question is if we as a civil society can afford not to have a second track. And that second track will have to come from the rich countries that benefit the least from these structures. I'm not sure that is my own country. But Norway has at least tried. We have proposed this, and now it is sort of up for the politicians to see if they embrace this idea. So far, they're not. So in that sense, your outlook is bleak, admittedly.
My name is Mohamed Kone, and I come from Sierra Leone. As you are presenting, I saw Sierra Leone in all the presentations, because for our country we have 26 mineral and oil is coming up, but the country is so much poor. But the multilateral companies that are operating in these countries are coming from the Western countries, and they have the regulations. They have all what it takes to make sure that the African country or poor countries get better. But yet still, they take away all the goods and leave our country very poor. Civil society is very, very poor in most African countries. They are not being supported, and weak institutions. I don't know how much we can do, or how much the Western countries can do to help civil societies in these poor countries so that they can challenge government. It's very, very difficult to challenge government, except you have what it takes to challenge our government. I don't know what you people can do so that civil society will continue to challenge government on all of these issues.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Well, what you're essentially saying is also that part of this reform then will have to come from the inside. You have somehow to have the people have a good ruler, and then also this Western initiative to come about if we're going to be successful. I don't know what the realism is. I think this is going to be a very long haul, a very long battle, and a very difficult battle, and that the odds are to begin with stacked against this, simply because it is the wealthiest who benefit the most from this. And that's why it is so hard to get this across. And this is why I'm saying that trying to awaken the Western countries by saying that this is not just about tax planning or tax evasion. This is about the fact that the marine environment outside states like your own are being depleted and eroded by vessels who are owned by corporations where you cannot trace the owners. You don't have money for a coast guard, so you cannot stop these guys. You've got child abuse because some of the people who work on these boats are children who are being enrolled and abused and so forth. So you've got all these things going on, and you're much more vulnerable to this than us, because after all, we have a coast guard. We are taking care of these things to a much larger extent. But the question is just, as moral human beings, if we should tolerate this or not. It is sort of a test about who we are in the end.
Okay, thank you very much. Then let me introduce to you Mr. Frian Årsnes. He is a principal consultant at Econ Pöyry. I hope I pronounce it correctly. And is also chairman of Publish What You Pay in Norway. His presentation is called How the Corporate Market Works, Anonymity in the Global Market. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's very seldom I'm able to be the appetizer before lunch. Before I start, I would like to bring up a point which also relates to some of the slides I have. And that was a question that came up last here. How do we fix this? And I'm sort of both pessimistic and optimistic. I'm pessimistic in respect to history, because history has shown us that the only thing that fixes things like this is actually war. If you go back and look at history, these things have almost always been fixed by war. This may be a solemn thought, and hopefully society has come further and we are able to do something about things like this before we come to measures like that. That's why I took on being a chairman of Publish What You Pay Norway. Because I believe that the only thing that can stop something like this is that we do get transparency. And not only transparency about taxes, like what's going on in Dodd-Frank in the US and in the EU now, but transparency about the production, the revenues, the costs, and the taxes and investments. If we don't get that, many countries have huge problems, and I will show that these problems are not only for developing countries. We have a poem in Norway called Håvamål. It's to Norway some of the same thing as Beowulf for the UK. It's ancient, it comes from the 9th or 10th century. And it's a Scandinavian poem of how to try to trade wisely in foreign countries. And I'm going to steal very much from this poem, because this poem tells things that I cannot tell without being sued. I'll let you read them yourself. And the point goes to the red line. the strange threshold. I'm starting where Guttorm is stopping, the secrecy jurisdictions. This presentation is based on 3 premises. The extractive companies have been given the right to extract the resources from the countries they have activities in. The least the society can expect in return is that these same companies are transparent about their business. They have been given this right. In addition, most of these extractive companies are seeking financing, equity, and bonds in transparent markets. They are basing their business on transparent markets. And it should be a minimum requirement that such companies are transparent in return in order to satisfy the information needs, not only of society, but also of capital and bond investors. And what works for extractive companies are usually also working for other multinational companies and transnational individuals. The unknown doors. Based on Guttorm's presentation, which I fully support, everything he said, you get, though, the impression that these are few people. And if you can only get around these people, we'll be able to fix it, although it may take a long time. But the problem is that if you go to multinational companies, all the activities within these companies, a lot of that is now going through secrecy jurisdictions. So more than 50% of every movement of capital in multinational companies are now going through secrecy jurisdictions. And this picture here shows why this is not only hampering resource countries anymore. These are the resource countries where essentially the resource companies are trying to take down the revenues by not selling the produce directly to market, both goes to a secrecy jurisdiction before they go to the market, where you also see that they are trying to increase cost. But the same thing is also happening in the home countries, where they are trying to reduce revenues and increase cost. And this ends up trying to accumulate revenues and profits in secrecy jurisdictions, and you will find almost no cost here at all. What's the mechanisms here? Well, in taking out revenues from the resource-rich countries, based on what we see, the major elements are, of course, criminal practices and corrupt practices. Transfer pricing is known, but also massively now is coming derivatives. Derivatives was almost unknown of use back in 1970, has grown by the decade to 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010, and is now a major item for losing revenue, untaxed revenue out of countries. I've been doing audits in places where we have seen only over less than 10 years, companies going from having absolutely no derivatives and selling at market rates to going to situations where they are actually, through the use of financial instruments and derivatives, moving up to 20% of their gross revenue out of countries. Many companies don't even have 20% as a gross margin. This is 20% of their gross revenue. This means that there is absolutely no profit left to be taxed. There is nothing left. You can have a tax rate of 50%, and it's zero. 50% of zero is still zero. When it comes to what is happening to home countries, these are the mechanisms. Derivatives comes up again, transfer pricing comes up again, but also tax regulation abuse is a significant source out of the home countries, but also influencing the international accounting standard boards, influencing the OECD to slow down reform processes. And if you look at how you increase your cost in home countries and resource countries, again, tax regulation abuse, transfer pricing derivatives, but now, during the last 10 years, has emerged the mark-to-market. The fact that you are taking market rates, so anywhere in the world where you have the highest rate, other assets are being priced at the same thing. And it's not the countries that are providing the market that gets the taxes, but it's actually the assets that sits in the secrecy jurisdictions. So by using derivatives, mark-to-market, and transfer pricing, there is very few companies in the world where I should not be able to pull out all the profits of all the subsidiaries in an entire global company and not leave a profit for taxation anywhere. I should be able to move the entire profit outside the global market. Although all my money was earned through selling my production in the same markets. And only to the extent that I were intelligent enough to understand that I would be prosecuted if I were trying to do that, would I leave enough for taxation in the countries so that those countries and those politicians will still want to have my company in the country. There is absolutely no reason why I should pay tax anywhere in the world. Absolutely none. Do you find this surprising? Do you find this worrisome? Do you find this challenging? Do you think I'm lying? Okay, let me take an example. I'm outside the coast of Africa or South America. I have been given the right to explore the resources there. I make a discovery. I go for the development of those resources using an FPSO. The country has not put its tax regulation in place, which is approximately 80% of the world's countries. I will go for the development with an FPSO, which will be owned out of a secrecy jurisdiction, because the country allows me to. I will charge market rates for that FPSO. The market rates are created by, amongst other markets, where there are little supply. Norway is one of them, but Norway is only one of them. There are many of these places. The rate will be so high and will change by the oil price to such an extent that there will only be a few dollars left of profit, because the market rate will follow the pressure in the markets. If the oil price is very high, there's high pressure for developing new fields in the world, which means high market rates, which means less profit. And to the extent I still have a profit after I've taken that market rate on that asset, I will enter into derivative contracts, which moves between 10 and 20% of my gross revenue. I will time it. I will find all of the good arguments, which I know convinces tax administrations not to pursue me. And I will have moved the entire profit from that operation from taxation in that country. And I could have had the head of that tax administration sitting beside me when I ordered the FPSO, when I wrote the contracts, when I entered the derivative contracts, and when the consequences came. And there is nothing he could have done. This is why some of these instruments are so dangerous, because we are not necessarily talking about what is called in the world marketplace today illegal tax planning anymore. We are way, way, way into what is today called legal tax planning, which is because we have not taken a stand against what these secrecy jurisdictions can do to economies. Scary? I'm scared. I'm really scared. Because the economic consequences of this magnitude have in the past always led to war. And it's all about revenue. Pocketing as much as possible outside any tax jurisdiction. The antidote to secrecy is transparency. No less, no more. To the extent that society were able to create transparency through, for example, what Publish What You Pay is advocating for, country by country reporting, you can actually, for all the companies involved, freeze the time picture at the end of each year end, and that will stand forever. This is a more detailed picture of how governments are losing. And essentially, you may have heard the term war chests. The war chests of these companies are used to corrupt government people, to pay corporate people, but also to take over businesses that are not able to compete with them. Interesting? This is how the market should work, where you have the company in the red border, which picks up equity and debt from capital markets, repays capital, pays interest, pays dividends, which purchases goods from the supply industry, takes payments back to that supply industry, which extract natural resources and pays taxes to the country, and then sells goods at the commodity market and receives the revenue back in the form of prices for that commodity. That is the fundamental business model of an extractive company. That is how most people think that the market is working. This is conceptually how most people in the world think that the extractive industries are working. By seeing that slide, do you think that this is how it's working? No. How does it work? Companies in secrecy jurisdictions, you allow these to take out the natural resources at prices less than world prices. You make the countries pay more for the costs, and then you reinvest your money out of that secrecy jurisdiction and into country number 2 and number 3 and number 4 and number 60. And that's how Publish What You Pay, the report Piping Profits, find companies in the world with thousands of companies in secrecy jurisdictions. So who is harmed? Well, the problem cash flow is shown in fully red. When you reinvest out of a secrecy jurisdiction, more and more of your money will start circulating within the secrecy jurisdiction and the resource countries. So everything is reinvested out of there. That means that gradually more and more money is going in that direction, and less is invested out of the home country. If somebody with enough knowledge and just too little ethical sense and the right contacts wants to do something, what do? You see a company with a huge war chest, lots of money. That money cannot go up to the capital market in the form of dividends, because that releases taxes. And those companies don't want to pay taxes on those money. So what do? They borrow money in the capital market to pay the dividend, not taking the cash up. What happens when that money is big enough? Somebody without the right intentions starts buying the shares, are starting to use that company's dividends to take over that company. And in the worst case, we have a multinational company that will implode on itself when so much money in the company is coming out of the secrecy jurisdiction that the subsidiary in the secrecy jurisdiction can actually buy the mother company. How do we do that? How do you do it? You put out negative news, lousy dividends, bad reports, bad image to depress the stock price so that you can buy the shares cheaply, and then you utilize the war chest. If you're the right person. Scary? Yeah. Ancient wisdom. The point is that the Western world is now starting to feel the leakage. Massively. Not small leakages anymore, but massive leakages. What is a massive leakage in the Western world? It's not a brook. It's not a little river. It's the Amazon pouring into the Atlantic. These are a few countries that I've taken out of World Bank statistics. I cannot guarantee for the correctness of every one of these numbers, but I hope I can trust the World Bank. Greece, GDP, constant to $1,000, 1960. 58 billion. We do not have the tax revenue. Population 8.7 million. Sorry, 1970. 1980, GDP in constant dollars have grown to $92 billion, $2,000. 9.6 million people. 1990, GDP 98 billion, population 10 million. 1995, GDP $105 billion. 10.6 million people. 18.9% tax revenue as percentage of GDP. First time we have statistics. 2000. GDP $124 billion. Population 10.9 million. 23.5% tax revenue as percent of GDP. Goes in the right direction, don't it? 2001, the year after, GDP 129 million. $10.9 million. Oops, tax percent goes down, 22%. 2005, 151 billion US dollars GDP. Population 11.1 million. Oops, tax revenue as a percentage of GDP has gone down to 20%. This is at the point in time when the world economy was at its greatest. And if you have noticed, governments are pretty slow with raising the thresholds for whereby income is not taxed. So when incomes goes up, the tax percentage usually either stays the same or increases. When something goes very good in the world economy, profit margins are increasing. Increasing profit margins are usually leading to higher taxes. 20%. And then 2010. GDP of Greece approximately on par with 2005, the peak year, among the peak years in world economy. GDP 153 billion US dollars. Population have not grown that fast, 11.3 million. Tax revenue 19.6. Look at some of the other countries. Don't look at 2010. Spain, 15.9% tax revenue of GDP in 1995, up to 16.2 in 2000. Good, it's increasing. However, 2001, back down to 15.8. 2005, 12.9. The peak of the economy. Global economy. United Kingdom has fared better. 26.3, 28.4, 28.2, 27.2, 26.7. But then UK doesn't have those same problems either. Big surprise. The US, we don't have statistics. Before 2001, 12.5% tax revenue as percentage of GDP. Do you believe it? This is the World Bank. Should we believe them? I hope so. 2005 US, 11.2% tax as percent of GDP. In 2010, 9.4% tax as percent of GDP. 9.4%. Can you imagine how the US economy would have been in 2010 if they had the same tax percentage as in 2001? Only up from 9.4% to 12.5%. The US would not have been in problems. You can take the number yourself and calculate it out. You would not have problems in the US. Why is this happening? Because of greed and opportunity. And as Guttorm said, opportunity makes thief. What's the opportunity in the US? Well, you increase the cost so that the profit margin becomes less. So that even if they have 35% or 36% tax, it's 35 or 36% tax on a much less profit. You don't even need to go to the resource industry. The latest news is that the US is pretty angry at, for example, the medical industry, where companies like Pfizer, who has the biggest market in the US, almost pays no taxes to the US. And most of their profits is in secrecy jurisdictions. And the question is, how far can these leakages go before we fix them? And we get into real problems, except, or rather than the symptoms that we are now showing. We have the instruments that can fix it, or at least partially. Isn't it nice to have an ancient poem that you can draw on? If somebody can pay you for getting better terms, you absolutely know that they have much more money left. Okay? So is it the corrupt that gets most of the money? Or is it the companies? But the question also begs itself, what's wrong with the Ministry of Finance around the world? They have the ability to start fixing it. What's wrong? It's time to start asking the question. Is the work of the IASB in favor of the companies or in favor of the investors? It should be in favor of the investors, but currently it's for the companies. We have the measures. It can be utilized. It's only we need somebody to start utilizing it. The halfways are everywhere. I like that phrase. I love it. It's so telling. What's going on with media? They are asking questions and then they accept the answers. Lunch.
Okay, let me introduce to you our next speaker. It's Tim Daniel. He's a partner in the London office of the US law firm Edwards Wildman, where he practices public international law, and in particular, asset recovery for states which has been looted by their leaders. And that's not few, as we have seen in the former presentations. Mr. Daniel's presentation is called Abacha, the Kleptocrat's Legacy, and looks into how assets were recovered after the former Nigerian dictator and kleptocrat, General Sani Abacha, and which lesson that can be learned from this. Please, Tim Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, first let me thank the organisers and the Norwegian government for hosting this very, very valuable conference. We've already had two absolutely amazing presentations. I listened with complete fascination to both the previous speakers. It's not my fault that I get the graveyard slot after lunch, but I know why it was given to me. I am a lawyer. I am in private practice. I have all those evil thoughts that were referred to before. And one of the evil thoughts that occurred to me was that the title of this conference, Financial Secrecy, Society and Vested Interests, could very easily be adapted to the Financial Secrecy Society, and vested interests, because it is about the Financial Secrecy Society really that we are concerned today, and the effect of vested interests in keeping it secret, as we saw particularly in the last presentation. So I have since 1976 I have represented the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, first of all when they had a big problem with cement back in the 70s, and they were basically conned into buying a whole load of cement, which they were going to build military barracks with all around the country. And of course there were huge scams surrounding that. And although we first of all pleaded state immunity and succeeded before the English courts, we then were overturned, and the appeal judge, Lord Denning, said that countries which take on commercial obligations must honour them, and then there was legislation passed. So I went to the Nigerian government and I said, look, all these contracts were basically obtained through corruption. You are producing a report on this. Perhaps I could be permitted to see the report, and then I could defend some of these cases, because the liability of the Nigerian government ran into tens, if not hundreds of millions of pounds on these contracts. And I was told that the report, which had been produced by the eminent Nigerian judge, could be seen by the head of state, the chief of the general staff, and the attorney general, but that it would not be suitable for the country's lawyers to see this report. And the reason for that, of course, was that all these cases were being settled, and that gave everybody the chance of a second bite of the cherry, because the settlement sums were huge, and those arranging the settlements made a lot of money from that process. So there we are. That was the Nigeria in which, in a sense, I grew up and acted for the government over many years. And then in 1998, General Sani Abacha, who had been one of the most unpleasant dictators that Nigeria had suffered under, suddenly died. And his immediate successor, Abdul Salami Abubakar, who was an interim military leader, first thing he said was, we are going to try and get the money back, which the Abachas have stolen. And I suppose that's really where I came in again. I had been handling a very large boundary dispute for Nigeria with their neighbour Cameroon, which was before the International Court of Justice at the time. And so it was natural in a way that they should turn to my firm in connection with all the looted monies. So as we heard before lunch, Abacha took is reckoned to have taken between 3 and 5 billion. Last year, or yes, I think it was last year or the year before, the World Bank published some figures which were really quite startling, which said that between 20 and 40 billion is transferred in illicit funds each year, mainly from undeveloped countries to from developing countries to the developed countries, and the money of all that money which had been stolen, only 5 billion had to that date been recovered, and the figure that was given before lunch of 3 billion having been recovered in the Abacha case is about right. So over half of that money which has been recovered is actually attributable to the Abacha case. Abacha himself, he basically looted the central bank of Nigeria. He simply got his national security advisors to write him letters saying that huge sums of money were needed in order to counter the threats to national security, which were posed by unnamed individuals and organizations. And he started off by asking for $2 million. By the end, he was asking for $500 million. And those letters would be written to him, sent to Abacha, countersigned by Abacha, and then the money would be transferred to the commercial sector, and the commercial sector would transfer that money out to Abacha-controlled accounts, or it would be converted into traveller's checks, and huge sums were taken out simply in cash and traveller's checks. 1.2 billion went through the City of London, and that was where we came in, because what happened after the interim government incidentally negotiated a deal with the Abacha family whereby they would return the money that had been stolen, and in return for an amnesty. Well, they returned about $750 million, but they didn't get an amnesty because basically the government said, you must be joking. That is not all the money that you've taken, and so we'll take that money, thank you, but we're not going to give up pursuing you. So when Obasanjo was democratically elected in 1999, beginning of 1999, May 1999, a special investigation panel was set up under a senior policeman, and he started gathering information, interviewing witnesses, and collecting the papers relating to this huge theft. At the same time, Obasanjo wrote to Switzerland, to the Swiss government, and said, we think a lot of this money's ended up in Switzerland, can you help us? And it was almost as informal as that. We talk about mutual legal assistance, but mutual legal assistance can operate on a very informal level. And as a result of that letter, the Swiss, who were reeling from the Holocaust revelations and the fact that many of the Jews who'd been exterminated in the Second World War, their monies were held by Swiss banks, and the interest that those monies had earned had basically been financing the Swiss banking sector for a long time, and it was very shaming for Switzerland. And so Switzerland wanted to get some better publicity, and so they bent over backwards to help the Nigerian effort. And a letter was sent to all financial institutions in Switzerland, all 11,000 of them, basically from the government, saying, if you have any accounts which you think may be connected with Abacha, will you please tell us about them? And that produced a huge response. And interestingly, it is a technique which is still used by Switzerland because, of course, one of the legacies of Abacha and his kleptocracy has been that the world has become much more aware of this problem. It's not perfect yet, but still a lot of the money does go through secrecy jurisdictions like Switzerland, and Switzerland has been at the forefront of fighting this. And I think that the most recent example probably is the attempts to recover money on behalf of the Egyptians stolen by Mubarak. And within half an hour of Mubarak's fall, Switzerland had imposed financial sanctions on all accounts relating to Mubarak and his cronies. And that was a really, really impressive response. And those monies continue to be frozen. Contrast that with the actions of the UK government. It took them 37 days to impose sanctions, and they said they had to wait for the European Union before they imposed those sanctions. Whereas we all know money can travel much faster than that, and so by the time the sanctions were imposed, surprise, surprise, there wasn't an awful lot left. And the reaction of the British government in the Mubarak case is, I'm afraid, very, very familiar to me, because what happened back in 2002 was that an application was made by the Obasanjo government to the British authorities for mutual legal assistance in order to try and get money back in the Abacha case. The Financial Services Authority issued a press release after about 2 months of investigation and said that $1.2 billion had been laundered through the City of London. It wasn't still held in the UK. It had gone to banks in Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Channel Islands, etc. But they said that the banks which had been involved had been spoken to, that their compliance with money laundering regulations, which were then admittedly in their infancy, left a great deal to be desired, but they'd been spoken to. So when we were instructed on the matter, we wrote to the banks and said, or wrote to the Financial Services Authority and said, would you like to tell us which these banks were? Oh no, they said, that would be in breach of our banking laws. So we didn't get any joy from that. Furthermore, the Nigerian government got no joy from its mutual legal assistance requests. And the Financial Times published a headline in which they highlighted the FSA report and basically said it was a disgrace that there had been no move by the British authorities to assist the Nigerians to date. And so we went to see the Home Office, which is the ministry in charge of giving mutual legal assistance, and we said, look, what are you going to do about this? And they said, oh, well, it's all very difficult. We can't find any laws in Nigeria which actually prevent the head of state from taking any money out of the country. And so how would he be prosecuted? I mean, that was almost the level of the response. So I wrote to Obasanjo and said, look, what you're facing here is the sound of doors slamming in your face, because the City of London is extremely important to the UK economy. We make more money from our invisible exports than we do from any other trade. And so the city had a vested interest in preserving its preeminence in this field. So I said, the other thing that you could do is actually to commence proceedings in the civil courts in the UK, in England, and the weapons that you can use in civil proceedings are actually very similar to what you can use in criminal proceedings. You don't have the advantage of coercion, but you do have discovery, you can freeze assets, and you can force disclosure under civil procedures. So we did that. And within 6 weeks, the amateurs knew nothing about the action that we were taken because it can be done in secret. Within 6 weeks, we had information on all the accounts which had been held in the UK and all those banks that had been involved. It took the Home Office 4 years to transfer that information to Nigeria. So I use that as an example of how you can actually, you don't need necessarily to rely totally on government MLA resources to get the information. Al-Masaya was another Nigerian case, a Nigerian governor who took 40 million. There the scenario was slightly different. He was actually arrested when he came to Britain, and the police accompanied him to his flat, and there they found £1 million stashed in drawers and wardrobes, etc., in the flat, and said, "What's all this?" And he said, "Oh, I didn't know. I don't know who put that there." And so he was granted police bail, and then a fortnight later he left the country. It was said disguised as a lady, which reminded me of the story of Mr. Toad in The Wind in the Willows, who of course escaped disguised as a washerwoman. Anyway, he did skip the jurisdiction, and he never came back. That was the cue, again, for civil proceedings, because in criminal proceedings you need a defendant there. And so we spoke to the Metropolitan Police and said, look, if you hand over the evidence to us, we could continue this through the civil courts. And basically that was what happened. We applied to the civil courts for an order requiring the police to hand over their evidence to us, and with that evidence we were eventually able to secure judgments against Al-Masaya, and about 40 million has been recovered to date. Darrier was another Nigerian governor, similar story. Ibori I'll come back to. I should say at this stage that unfortunately I shall have to stop at 5 to 2 because the television people want to film me outside, so I have to go outside for a 2 o'clock broadcast. But I will try and come back to the rest of the slides in this presentation, which have mainly to do with another Nigerian governor called James Ibori. Mobutu we heard about before lunch. Chiluba was the president of Zambia, and in a very high profile case, he was found guilty basically of having taken 50 million. It wasn't a case that we dealt with. I don't know that any of that money has so far been returned to Zambia, partly because when the matter came before the Zambian courts, he was found not guilty. And the magistrate who returned that verdict, his court rose one Friday afternoon, and he was due to hand down his judgment on the Monday, and between that Friday afternoon and Monday morning, he was taken away to an undisclosed location in the company of top Zambian officials, and the judgment that he was going to write magically transformed from a guilty judgment to a not guilty judgment. And that is the story that I have, and one rather fears that it may be true. Obiang, the Obiang family the interview has been postponed till 2:30, so I can go on for an extra 5 minutes. You'll be sad to hear. The Obiang family are basically the family in charge of Equatorial Guinea. And some of you may have read of some really quite extraordinary things that have been happening in relation to their wealth, which is an extraordinary coup for civil society, in the sense that two NGOs, an NGO called Sherpa, together with Transparency International, were able to persuade the courts in France that investigating magistrates should be appointed to investigate the wealth of the Obiang family. They have a huge apartment on the Avenue Foch, and they have various other properties around France. And after going up to the Cour de Cassation, the highest appeal court in France, and back down again, they were eventually able to get an investigation opened. And amongst other things, one has seen photographs of the car transporter parked outside the address in Avenue Foch, loaded with Bugatti Veyrons, Ferraris, Rolls Royces, Range Rovers, which were about to be shipped out to Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea, at the last count, I think it had probably 50 kilometers of tarmac road. So, obviously there was a question as to why the son of the president of Equatorial Guinea, who was admittedly a minister in the Equatorial Guinean government, the Ministry of Forestry, and he had a salary, I think it may have been as much as $40,000 a year, and yet there he was about to transport all this hardware to Equatorial Guinea. And at that stage, the Americans started getting interested, and they collared an account in the US with $70 million in it, and also Obiang Jr.'s beach house in Malibu, and probably most significantly from his point of view, all his Michael Jackson memorabilia. So he's been deprived of all those for the time being. And of course, Equatorial Guinea, its wealth comes from oil, and that wealth stays firmly in the hands of the ruling family and its immediate cronies. And the population of Equatorial Guinea, it's not a very large population, it's probably not even 1 million people, but they continue to live in poverty below $1 or $2 a day. And of course, that is a story that anybody who studies these things is very familiar with, that the few hold on to the money and the rest of the country suffers, and child mortality rises, and fresh water is denied, and disease is rife. And it's left to philanthropists like Bill Gates providing mosquito nets actually to bring down the incidence of malaria. But it's not done by the government. And this is a terrible state of affairs, and it is really one which needs to be tackled. President Bongo of Gabon, succeeded by his son, Bongo Jr., and the Senate committee which investigates these things in America, led by Carl Levin, who's a great hero of mine because he exposes these characters and what they're up to. And there's a report, 4 case studies which came out a couple of years ago, which included Bongo, Obiang, and the former Nigerian Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and an Angolan leader, and basically exposed all the malfeasance that they'd been up to. And one of the interesting things that came out of that report was how extraordinarily lax the money laundering laws are in the United States. And these guys have been able to buy real property, they've been able to purchase aircraft, etc., and nobody asked any questions. And again, that's something which I'll come back to in the context of Ibori. Ngweso is the Republic of Congo, not DRC. Nobody knows how much he's taken, but he is one of the people who is under investigation by the French magistrates because he owns an awful lot of property in France. Then we've got the Arab League, the Arab Spring leaders, Ben Ali, Mubarak and Gaddafi. Mubarak, as I say, I have this awful sense of deja vu because the government in the UK has been extraordinarily slow in taking any action. Some of you may have seen recently a Newsnight programme in which I feature briefly, in which the Newsnight team put documents in front of me. One of them was an entry from the land registry which showed that Gamal Mubarak, the eldest son, who was so-called investment banker in London, showed that his house at Wilton Place, which is just behind Harrods and which is worth at least £10 million, the land registry was innocent of any type of caution being registered in order to ensure that if he tried to sell that property, notice would be given to the British government, which had, after all, imposed sanctions on the property of Mubarak and 19 of his cronies and their families. They would have no knowledge if he tried to sell it. And interestingly, it was owned through a Cypriot, Panamanian company, which was owned in turn by a Cypriot company. And again, we saw before lunch how much control there is in Cyprus on the registration of companies. So that was one document. There was another document which showed that the wife of the Minister of Housing had been able to set up a company in London just 3 or 4 months previously, which was 6 months after the sanctions had been imposed. And again, there appeared to be no questions asked. She was just able to form this company. She lives in Chelsea, and with impunity, she could form an English company to do whatever it was that she wanted to do. So there's just a total lack of supervision or control once these sanctions have been imposed, in my view. And the BBC Arabic service made an excellent documentary, which is about an hour long, and which I will make available to the organisers. I've only got the first 2 parts, but I hope to have all 3 parts. It's a very, very good expose of what happened under Mubarak and the difficulties which are faced in trying to go after his monies, because nearly 2 years later, not a single penny has been recovered, and the British government has seemingly done virtually nothing. So much so that when David Cameron was recently in New York at the same time as Mohamed Morsi, they were both at the UN, Cameron, it was shortly after the Newsnight presentation, was kind of embarrassed into having to say to Morsi, well, we're very sorry nothing's been recovered so far, despite the assurances which had been given by William Hague in the House of Commons immediately after Mubarak's downfall, when he'd said that UK would leave no stone unturned in returning monies to the Egyptian people. In fact, so forcible was his presentation that the next day, apparently, in Tahrir Square, Egyptians were there with their carpet bags wide open, waiting for their share of the returned monies to be popped into the bags. Sadly, they are still waiting because nothing has happened. And a Foreign Office minister came on television to explain why nothing had happened. And basically he said, well, it's all terribly difficult and you have to get a criminal conviction before you can confiscate. Well, you don't actually have to get a criminal conviction. None of these guys are in the jurisdiction. There's something called non-conviction based recovery, which the World Bank is very keen on, not non-conviction-based asset recovery, and there is also the possibility of civil proceedings. And you would have thought that these would be 2 avenues which the government would be interested in pursuing, but not so. The mutual legal assistance requests, which have been presented to the UK by the Egyptians, have just been sent back with a whole lot more questions being asked. And it seems that there is a kind of mental block in the government on the idea of civil asset recovery, and yet that probably does offer the best means to make recoveries in these Arab Spring countries, because they're never going to get these people before the courts in the UK, so just go after the assets. It's not so difficult. Gaddafi, well, it'd be interesting to see what happens there. Some money has been recovered, but it's still a bit of a melting pot in Libya. Mugabe I just put in because everybody says he's been taking a lot of money, he's been selling blood diamonds, etc., etc. But of course he's still in power, and so he enjoys immunity. Anglo leasing was a Kenyan case, some of you may be familiar with, where basically nearly $1 billion was spirited out of the Kenyan economy with a series of false contracts. We were instructed in that matter a few years back, and we have got precisely nowhere. Why have we got nowhere? Because at every turn we find our way being blocked by basically officials in Kenya. And if you can't get cooperation assistance from the requesting country, you are rather stuck. And of course, that's the kind of excuse that the British are using with the Egyptians too. But there are other things that can be done, and it just needs a political will on the part, I think, of our government to actually start doing some of those things. Sorry, I'm getting close to the end of my time anyway. Marcos, I think most people know about that. That was actually recovered. That 624 million was put in escrow account, and it's now being paid out. It was recovered by the Swiss, and it was paid out once the Swiss were satisfied that there was a non-corrupt leader in charge in the Philippines. In the case of Abacha, half a billion was recovered through the Swiss courts, and when it came to returning that money, the president and his finance minister had to give assurances to the Swiss government that the money would be spent well. Some of it's been spent well, but my civil society friends tell me that by no means all of it has been spent well. Zadari, we were pursuing the proceeds of sale of some properties in the Isle of Man, which were bought by Zadari before he became president. He, you recall, was known as Mr. 10%. Some people said he was Mr. 30% or even Mr. 50%, because that was the percentage he took from government contracts, particularly shipment contracts, and became enormously wealthy, as did his wife, Benazir Bhutto. And they had this country estate in Surrey, very desirable place, and we had a liquidator appointed over the Isle of Man companies, and at first the beneficial ownership was somewhat obscure, but then Zadari realized that he was going to lose his money unless he owned up, so he said, yeah, no, I'm the beneficial owner, what's the problem? So the problem then became actually the Isle of Man courts, and they were so slow and put up so many blocks in our attempts to basically get this money for distribution that we applied to the English court to have the actions transferred to England in order to get some sensible judgments and some sensible action on the case. Zadari had pleaded that he was mentally unfit to instruct his lawyers, that he was suffering from severe depression, and that he simply wasn't capable of answering the questions that his lawyers put to him. This is a very common syndrome amongst these people. We were interested to see pictures of him partying in New York, which is where he was living at the time. And so our own psychiatrist was poised to go in, but then things moved forward quite quickly in England, and we got to within 1 week of signing judgment against Zadari for all the money that we'd got. And lo and behold, sadly, his wife was assassinated. He was elected president. And within days of his being elected president, we were disinstructed, and the liquidator was told to hand over the money to the government, i.e. to Zadari. So I'm afraid that the people of Pakistan are extremely unlikely ever to have seen that money. So these are the sorts of things that can happen. Suharto, we have at the moment 40 million euros frozen in Guernsey, which was collected by Tommy Suharto. Tommy Suharto was Suharto Sr.'s favourite son, and unlike Master Obiang, who went out and bought all those cars, including 1 or 2 Lamborghinis, Tommy Suharto went out and bought Lamborghini. So he bought the whole company. And then he sold it, and he said, well, this is the proceeds of sale of Lamborghini. And it wasn't until we'd been through several appeals before one of the appeal court judges in Guernsey, and these are QCs from England, asked the question, well, how come that Tommy Suharto, at the tender age of 20, was able to amass sufficient money to purchase Lamborghini? That question, of course, remains unanswered, and we don't know, because now the case has effectively been taken over by the Guernsey Financial Services Authority, whether they are going to be allowed to hang on to that money and return it to Indonesia, or whether they're going to be told, well, you haven't produced any proof, because we tried to get judgments against Tommy 4 times in the civil courts in Indonesia, and each time we failed. And it may partly be because when he was convicted of corruption, the judge who found him guilty of corruption 2 weeks later was shot through the head. And Tommy went to jail on suspicion of having been involved in that. He has served his jail sentence, and he's out and about again now. But it's hardly surprising that people aren't terribly keen to give evidence when you've got those kind of people around. That was another problem. Duvalier, that was just put in there for the business of the monies in Switzerland, which were about to be returned to Haiti when, of course, the earthquake struck literally on the eve of the money being returned, and the Swiss government panicked and passed a law which basically said that they could hang on to the money, and that law is still in place and basically allows the Swiss government to intervene in cases where they think that law and order has broken down in the victim country. And that potentially is extremely useful, and one would like to see it extended to other jurisdictions. Now, I've really, I'm afraid, run out of time. I was going to show you I think I'll adopt the last speaker's technique and just run through these slides, which are mainly pictures. But they do actually illustrate an interesting point, because you'll see quite a lot of the houses and the cars and things which he purchased. One of the speakers, the speaker immediately before lunch, said, the remedy in these cases begins here, begins with us. And we've just had in the UK the experience of Margaret Hodge, who chairs our Public Accounts Committee, grilling the CEOs or financial officers of Amazon, Starbucks, and Google, asking them why they pay no tax in the UK. And basically, they said, oh, well, all the usual excuses that which were explained to us this morning. And so Margaret Hodge has urged us all to stop going to Starbucks, to stop ordering our goods through Amazon. I think stopping using Google is going to be more difficult. But that is an example of the kind of action that civil society can take. And in these pictures that you're about to see, you could ask why the people who sold him the cars and sold him the houses, who are subject to our money laundering laws also, asked no questions when this guy, who earned, I think at the time, he was on a salary of about $40,000 a year, was able to afford all these luxury goods. Anyway, he's been sent down for 13 years. He was, as you see, a pupil of Sani Abacha, and there's no doubt that he hoped to be president. He was governor of Delta State, one of the richest oil states in Nigeria, and he was amassing his war chest. That's the only explanation that's been given for Abacha accumulating all the money that he had. It was a war chest for the next election, but the only trouble with that argument was that the next election was only going to have one candidate, and you can guess who that was. So these are just some of the properties. Here are his those who helped him, his mistress, Mr. Gohill, a lawyer in Mayfair. When the police raided his premises, they found these compromising documents hidden up the chimney in his offices, and that led to a lot of revelations. So here's Bentley Continental, fleet of Range Rovers. He owned property in South Africa, as did Al-Masseer. The amount of money which Ibori has taken, there are various speculators. This is his house in Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's put generally at 50 million, but the English courts are now going through the process of confiscation, and that should lead to an assessment of his assets. And it'll be very interesting to see what they come up with. And we won't know probably for another few months what the actual sums involved are. And it will also be an interesting test of the ability of our authorities to get at these assets. That was his lawyer, and that was his wife. And these people are all in jail now. And this was all done on the strength of money laundering. And it was much easier to convict them for money laundering than it would have been to convict them on corruption charges. And we see that as the way forward, because the money which these people bring into the country is undoubtedly the proceeds of crime in their home countries. And it's so much easier to go for money laundering. And so perhaps that is the way forward. Of course, they got Ibori back to the UK. He'd fled to Dubai, and Dubai had no hesitation in extraditing him. First time it had happened, but I think they probably felt that it was a win-win situation as far as they were concerned. So these are some of his other properties. Some of these very ordinary-looking properties in many ways. It was sort of quite clever of him, I suppose, to invest in ordinary properties. But one of them was interesting. This one, which was down in the country in Dorset. And why did he buy a country house? Because his children were being educated at a school nearby, and so this was going to be their pad. And again, I think that I'm afraid that our expensive schools and universities, they should be carrying out money laundering checks when they have these extremely rich pupils coming to them. And of course, our education sector is heavily dependent on these rich overseas students. But what money laundering checks are carried out on their parents, those paying the fees? Very few, I suggest. And that won't be a popular suggestion, but it should be. Yes, the judge said that 50 million was probably ludicrously low for the monies that he had stolen. The estimates go up to 300 million or even 3 billion from the period that he was in office. And I think that it's a story which will probably run and run. Well, he's in jail for 13 years. No, he's not. He'll be in jail for about 8 years. But it will at least give time for investigations to be carried out. And the final note to strike on this is that the UK has repeatedly promised that this money would be returned to Nigeria. Well, it was stolen from Delta State. Who is now in charge of Delta State? James Ibori's cousin. And I have been told that if the money does go back to Delta State, it'll only take 6 months for it to be back in James Ibori's pocket. So that is another problem which our DFID is wrestling with at the moment. How do you get these funds back into legitimate hands? And that is not an easy one to answer. Okay, my time is certainly up and overrun, so thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Then we go to Mr. Olav Lundstøl. He currently works as a counselor and country economist at the Royal Norwegian Embassy in Tanzania. He has 14 years of development economist work experience in Africa, Latin America and Asia. He has worked for UNDP and for the Norwegian Minister of Foreign Affairs. Lundstøl's main field is extractive resource revenue management, and he is going to give us some examples from Zambia and Tanzania. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I will talk, as was announced, I will talk a bit in general on Africa in terms of resource revenue management, and then I will also narrow in a bit more on the two countries I have worked more in detail on the last 7 years, namely Zambia and Tanzania. And it will be a lot of it focused on mining and minerals, but also to some extent petroleum and extractives, and a little bit also towards the end on renewable resources, because there are a lot of commonalities, but also some important differences. I will try to discuss 4 questions mainly. I mean, the first one will be a bit dwelling a little bit on what is sustainable non-renewable resource revenue management and why does it matter. Explaining a bit why is it sort of some different principles and some things that are important to keep in mind when we talk about these resources as compared to other resources. Second one, what could indicate fair benefit sharing for government in the case of non-renewable resources? A lot of discussions on fairness and benefit sharing. I'll try to use some concrete examples and some attempts of benchmarking in the recent paper I'm working on. And then third question, what are some key characteristics of effective resource revenue management? Some of this has been discussed to some extent in terms of principles, but I will repeat a bit on that and perhaps go a bit more into detail on some elements. And then specifically, as I mentioned, why is the regulation of gemstone and forestry that I will look at in the case of the two countries I know the best, in many parts of Africa, a bit of a disaster currently. So I will start out on the first question, looking a bit more into why, when we talk about non-renewables and when we are talking about assets, rents, and wealth, why is this important? Because the production of oil, gas, and minerals represents a transformation of an asset that is already in the ground, really into a financial asset. And depending on the resource prices and the extraction cost levels, the economic rent that comes out of that extraction in principle belongs to the country. So if this rent is not efficiently captured through tax or ownership or state interest, saved and invested, genuine national wealth could actually be diminishing. And I will look at some trends in some data that has been published by the World Bank, by Hamilton and Lay specifically, that find that adjusted national savings and genuine wealth turned actually negative on average for sub-Saharan Africa, right when we talk about the resource boom in terms of when the global prices for minerals and petroleum went up very strongly. And to avoid reduction in genuine national wealth, Africa needs to, 1, capture a larger share of the resource rent, 2, invest that share more effectively to increase productivity and national wealth. I mentioned that I had some data here that I would refer to, and you can see there's a very clear trend. The two other trends, the upper trend is showing Asia, and the one in the middle is Latin America. And you can see there are also ups and downs and different trends. But clearly in Africa, the one on sub-Saharan Africa, the trend is very negative, and right in the middle of the resource boom, when you would expect actually that the countries would be in a position to increase their national wealth. Quite the opposite is actually happening when you look at the adjusted numbers. And a lot of the discussion why this is important and the rationale why we talk about these issues is that, of course, also I work for an aid agency. We provide large amounts of aid to Africa and other regions as well. So the rationale for aid to Africa and to other developing regions has always been lack of capital for investment and consumption. That is why you see that this is an issue. And you see that compared with Asia, for example, rates of savings and investment in successful Asian countries, for example, were already 35 to 40% of GDP as early on as in the mid-60s. And they have, in recent years are even higher. In Africa, the numbers have been typically between 15 to 25%, so a big gap. And this is part of the rationale for the importance of providing development aid. But also with long periods of larger gaps between gross domestic saving, gross national savings, and gross investment, explained and filled in important way by aid, building up of foreign debt, but also to some extent foreign investment. In the last decade, the gross national saving has increased in many countries in Africa. For example, Tanzania, that I'm working on now, it has gone up from 18 to 25%, so quite a positive trend. Gross investment even more, from 17 to 32% of GDP, which is a fairly high number. But a big part of this, as I have in the brackets here, is increased deficit in the current account. So not so positive on that side. Still, also, when it comes to the need for capital in Africa, I mean, we can see that credit to private sector in Africa, on the average, is still only 10 to 20% of GDP. Whereas in Asia and in low middle-income countries in general, it is about 40%, so more than double. You also have the issue of very low levels of formal financial inclusion. In Tanzania, for example, only 70% of adult population are formally included in the financial sector, and very low market capitalization. So you have only 5% of GDP in Tanzania currently, compared with 66% of GDP in low middle-income country. So there's a huge gap here in terms of the role that the investment sector and the formal capital can play. And also importantly, in a situation where we have actually now empirical evidence that the profitability of investing in Africa is actually very high. There have been some recent research at Oxford at the Center for Study of African Economies that show that on average, the return to investment in Africa is actually higher than in many Asian countries and in many Latin American countries. So the issue is not so much that it's not opportunity, but there are a lot of barriers that will come back to some extent. And last 3 to 5 years, growing budget deficit, significant external and domestic debt accumulation. This is a bit unknown, I think, to some extent, but actually at the current rate, Tanzania will be back to pre-HIPC debt level by 2016, so only in 4 years. Despite that there is a positive trend in terms of increased tax revenues. Tax revenues last decade has gone up from 10 to 16% of GDP equivalent, so there's a positive movement. And we see also, interestingly, a very strong increase in estimates of illicit financial flows. Some speakers earlier talked about this. And increasingly, as I mentioned, negative adjusted national savings in Africa last decade. Despite, or is this to some extent linked to and correlated to the resource boom onset and possibly also increased aid? That is a question that some researchers have looked into to some extent. It's an interesting question, and it's still a bit open for discussion, I think. The second question is on looking at a bit in terms of what is a fair share. When we talk about benefit sharing, when we talk about the distribution of the gains, what are we really talking about? We all know that there has a resource boom been ongoing, especially since mid-2000 to date. If you look at IMF Regional Economic Outlook for 2012, they have on average data that shows an increase by 250 to 300% in real terms over the last decade. You also have a report from PricewaterhouseCoopers from 2011 that is very much showing that the game has changed in the mining industry. You have a 32% increase to 400 billion in terms of revenue. Net profits up by 156% to 110 billion. And you see that in many sub-Saharan African countries, natural resources are very important. They deliver 15% of output on paper and 50% of export in total. And to some extent, there is some evidence, according to IMF also, that the resource curse effects might be diminishing. The last decade they have looked at, actually, if you look at output growth, which is one of the things was referred earlier, that is also part of the resource curse, that link seemed to have gone down and somehow disappeared in the last decade, according to their recent report. But is that the case? I mean, the resource curse are many things. So in the same report, they also very much emphasize that you have a sharper dualistic economic structure emerging in resource-rich Africa. So you have, despite high economic growth in many countries, you have a very stagnant situation where a big part of the population are still living in the rural areas. They're still involved in subsistence agriculture to a big extent, where the income level is very low, and where you have, as an effect of this, a sort of a de-link between what drives up the economic growth and part of the economy, and what for the main part of the population is the actual situation. So you have a slow structural transformation compared with what you saw in Asia and to some extent in Latin America in similar periods of development. You have a very stagnant score on poverty in many of the countries, including Zambia and Tanzania, where I work. Very little happening, despite 15 years of very high growth rates of 6 to 7%. You have fairly dismal performance on some social and environment indicators as well, although on some of the education and health indicators there have been big progress because of higher investment from the state side. But still, it is a very mixed picture in terms of looking at the resource curves and the effect of these increased revenues. Here are some data from a paper I'm working on where I'm trying to sort of compare over time. This is over a period of 14 years, where I'm trying to look at the situation of the starting point is that when you have a resource-rich country, you would expect, on average, because of the occurrence of resource rent in these sectors, that their contribution to GDP, if you compare that with the contribution to overall domestic revenue, you should, on average, at least find a match, such that the contribution to GDP should not be significantly higher than what they contribute to the domestic revenue. Now, if you look at the data here, I'm just chosen some countries here, you find a big variation. And for some countries also, I've included the export ratio to GDP because the national accounts are not reliable, and in some cases more extreme than others. But in general, this is a massive problem in Africa that many of you are aware of. But on average, you can see that 3 sort of success stories that many associate, like Norway on the petroleum, Chile on the copper mining, and Botswana on the diamond mining. You see that on average, the mining tax contribution to domestic revenue is higher than the mining value added or the net contribution to the national accounts. And then you compare that with the situation for some of the mining countries that I have looked specifically at. If you look at, for example, South Africa, the contribution to GDP is 8.3%, but the tax contribution to domestic is only 2.3%, so only 1/4 of what you would expect if you would expect this 1-to-1, which you could even argue that it should be higher than 1-to-1, because on average the rent, and especially in this period where you have very high prices, it should be significantly higher. And you see some countries like Botswana where it is very much higher. Of course, you are comparing a bit between different, so the price of diamond and the cost of extracting is different, but still some of that is adjusted for when you look at the relations and these ratios in the way I have done here. And then a little exercise that I've been doing to try to benchmark what if, in the case of Zambia, you used the experience of Chile in this 14-year period. What if Zambia would have the same proportions between the contribution to GDP and the contribution to domestic revenue? Not using the same statistics as Chile, but just the relationships, the ratios. What would it mean over this 14 period? And you can see the impact would be massive. Specifically, also you see the shift happens from around where the mineral prices go up massively, and that is around, in the case of copper here, 2003 it starts going up, and you see for the recent years you have a difference of close to or more than $1 billion that Zambia should have received in adjusted adjusted mining or tax revenue if they would have been able to have the same proportions as Chile have. So over this 14-year period, the difference is very, very large. It is more than 4 billion in total. Similar exercise for Tanzania. Obviously there, the exercise perhaps can be questioned a bit more because we're talking about gold, and in the case of Chile, it's copper. But still, you see for some recent years, the difference is fairly large. It's for 2011, you can see that the difference is more than 250 million that they should have received in extra revenue. And as a total, it's also a very big number that we are talking about here. So a little exercise of trying to benchmark is interesting because often these exercises and differences are not made very frequently. I mean, we have done them to some extent with Frian in Zambia and also in Tanzania. And it's very interesting. You can also use more exact modeling where you put in the financial statements and you get very interesting results. Now, a little bit talking about what about the principles and the characteristics of successful regulatory systems. What are some of them? And what are some of the experiences? And then there's a very interesting recent IMF report, again, that looks at fiscal regimes across extractive industries, published in August this year, that for the first time actually has some real empirics on this. IMF often doesn't publish that. They focus on the theoretical, first best, sometimes second best if you are lucky, in terms of what should happen and how should the tax system work. Very often they do not publish what has actually happened. But here they have actually tried to look at that. So what they found, this is across not just Africa, but across the developing world, they found that on average, when you calculate the economic rent, in the case of mining, the government is able to capture 1/3 of the economic rent on average. And in the case of petroleum, the average varies. The average is around 2/3 or slightly higher. And for many countries, it's above 80%. And I would assume also for many mining countries, it's significantly lower than 1/3. So you can see there is a very disproportionate relationship here, and my overall claim, and I'm trying to do some research on this, is that mining is very different from petroleum when it comes to the ability to secure fair benefit sharing and to have a reasonable government take. there is a very bad history and a bad culture in the mining industry, and the way it is regulated is very backward, it's very old-fashioned, and they are not used to paying tax. I mean, obviously, as I've been said earlier, also petroleum industry, no one wants to pay tax, but it's more established also that the companies are supposed to pay some sort of tax and at a certain level. In mining industry, that is definitely not the case. So what are some characteristics? Most of the successful countries have a mix of robust taxation and direct, indirect state interest in the sector. So, and again, some of the three examples I talked about earlier, Chile, Botswana, and Norway, all have an important mix of this. In the case of Norway, that many of you know better than I do as well, the average in the last 5 years of the contribution from state direct financial interest has been 37%. For Botswana, they don't have it disaggregated, but my guess would be that it's also at least 30%, maybe close to 40%. In the case of Chile, for many years, the main contribution to the treasury and the revenue came from Codelco, the state-owned company. For many, many years, there was almost zero tax contribution from the large companies. But then, of course, the question and the challenge, and what IMF will tell you when you talk about this, not so much these days, it's changing a bit, but is that nationalization and state interest has often not been effectively introduced nor effectively managed in Africa, which is true as well. It has been a disaster in many countries. And close associations with resource-cursed channels such as patronage and rent-seeking that speakers talked about earlier. But still, it is a bit of a paradox to see that where it has actually, the government has been able to take out the decent share of the gains, this is normally associated with strong interest in the sector. And then fiscal design and administration in resources. There are many things that are important to keep in mind here. And I think one of the problems often with the advice we give and the thinking we have from the donor side sometimes when we come in, and also from World Bank, IMF, is that there's no link between sort of design of tax policy and direct financial interest and the associated complexity of the administration of government take. Norway also, in the case of petroleum, moved up through different instruments and different mixes as they developed their capacity in the administration to manage them effectively. So you had, in the beginning, more sort of a front-loaded system where you could take out some minimum gains earlier on through royalty, for example, and then you moved more towards profit-based taxation. And there are important areas of control that the government and the country needs to focus on, how to balance. I mean, how to have control on production, price, and cost. There are things that can be done, also like Frian and others talked about, where you can directly intervene and put things in the legislation or in the contracts that can sort of put some of these things to the side, including derivatives, for example, like we did in Zambia, and it also being discussed in other countries. Take it out of the equation, take it off the table, and then you can have a different base for taxation and a different base for handling the complexity. But you need to have also elements of progressive rates. I mean, if you have a resource boom, you need to have an ability to capture some of this profit that comes in as a possibility. So a mix of gross value base and profit base, you need to have linear capital depreciation, often is 100% write-off, creates a lot of problems in terms of estimating the tax base. Reference prices and cost, we have a reference norm price in Norway on oil. In mining, virtually non-existent. This is something one can do also for some metals where you have a lot of reference prices available. On costs, you could also introduce ways to sort of close the loopholes. Derivatives I mentioned, and then also ring fencing that some people talked about earlier. Also another thing that in oil most countries are moving away from is the issue of stabilization clauses. This is also when we moved, when we worked in Zambia and now on Tanzania, this is a sort of a nightmare scenario where you have a very difficult situation for changing contracts. And of course, the overall discussion now is to why not work more towards a concession system that you have often in the Western world on petroleum, where you refer to legislation and regulation, and that can also be changed through the regular democratic processes, rather than having, especially in a situation where you have weak bargaining or weak competency to be able to go into detailed negotiations of contracts of 100 or 150 pages, why do it? Why not take it out and have more the legislation and the regulation, and then have very short contracts and make the terms clear? It's a bit of a paradox, actually, and this is also would do a lot to transparency, because then there's no need to hide the contracts or to ask for the contracts. It will all be there, clear for anyone to see. And then there's a lot of things that we have worked on when it comes to specialized tax administration, including audits. There's a lot of value and a lot of things to be said about that. You can get a lot of information through it, a lot of knowledge on the industry, and a much better understanding of how large enterprises operate. Also combined with technical audits. In many countries, for example in Zambia, it was a build-up on the ability on the tax administration to do proper audits. But you didn't have the technical audits. So then you have a bit of a problem. And then you have a problem putting the puzzle together. So you need to move on both fronts. This is happening now in Tanzania on the gold sector. For example, you have something called Tanzania Mineral Audit Agency that are doing increasingly good work in that area, working closely with the tax administration that is lagging a bit behind, but will now hopefully catch up. So when you get those two things together, it can help also to enforce and to understand the industry. And you can have important linkages to modeling. Again, Frian has been helping us as well on tax modeling. This is something very few countries in Africa have been doing systematically, to have proper tax models. So for example, why not have proper tax model on the mining and on the petroleum, and then use them? I mean, use them, input the financial statement, use the knowledge you get, so that when you sit with the mining companies, petroleum companies, to negotiate or to look at the tax returns, to reach settlements or to reach agreement, why not have a tool where you can challenge, where you can put concrete evidence on table, models that could be even better than theirs, or at least on par to some extent, and then you can have a much better basis to get more revenue. It can be used, again, Frian has been helping us as well, to do due diligence work. So many institutions can be involved and should be involved in the modeling work. Some are more that they get investment proposals. They can use these models to do due diligence and to benchmark and see whether the companies and the proposals are telling the truth or not. You can enhance risk management as well, in terms of where you do audits and what you focus on. Then on the gemstone and forestry, I will just have one slide on gemstone in Zambia. This is, as I said, is more of a disaster than actually large-scale mining and large-scale petroleum. This is really a sector that it's close to criminal activity, I would say. I mean, after 5 years in Zambia, this is no one really has a clue on exactly what is going on. There are thousands of licenses being given. There's no control on the government side, although they're trying. I mean, official estimates on gemstone export from Zambia vary typically between $30 to $50 million per year. It has been documented by researchers at the university and also at the World Bank that probably we are talking about numbers at least from 500 million to 600 million. These are again also estimates that are not precise at all, and if, like Botswana is doing now, you could move further down into the value chain, you could probably talk about a value or an export industry that could be worth up to 6 billion per year. This is close to, I mean, copper mining at the moment is around 8 to 9 billion per year. So this could be a tremendous industry that could create jobs, that could create a lot of revenue, that is currently a wasted opportunity, and it's creating a lot of issues on the institutional quality, on the governance state of Zambia, and it's a problem throughout Africa. I mean, gemstone, the regulation, how you regulate gemstone mining throughout Africa in general is a disaster. I mean, there are diamond mining in Botswana is one very good difference, but it's probably the only one that is regulated. Some countries are coming up and getting a bit more handle on it, but you need to just regulate the industry differently. You need to know the resource, you need to give out the licenses in a different way, you need to have larger companies involved, not thousands of small illegal or illicit companies that are operating, and then you can enforce regulation in a different way. Similarly, on forestry, Norway has been supporting some studies on this. We are active in the forest sector in Tanzania. On average, this is often linked to non-tax revenue that looks at often renewable resources in terms of revenue and fees that comes in. On average in Tanzania, the non-tax revenue has been only between 0.8 to 1.4% of GDP, less than half the average of what has been the case in sub-Saharan Africa from 2000 to 2005. This is considering that there's a lot of non-renewable resources and renewable resources in Tanzania. And you look at some facts. I mean, timber export value only to China increased with 1,400% from 1997 to 2005. Statistics for all timber exports from Tanzania, however, from 2003 to 2005, was only 1/5 of the timber import statistics if you looked at the China trade statistics. So there's a massive gap. There's a massive gap in terms of how much is registered and the accuracy of the statistics. More than 90% of timber in Tanzania is illegally harvested, meaning that it's taken out of areas where you don't have the management plans you are supposed to have and all the permits. And Norway has supported through the Auditor General there also work on this, and that found a measure of around 94% in terms of the overall timber harvest. In a survey conducted in southern Tanzania in mid-2004, no revenue was collected for up to 96% of all timber harvesting. Sample districts that they looked at could have increased their total annual budgets fourfold if all potential timber revenue was collected. And then there was some estimate for those years, 2003, 2004, that under collection just of the current forest royalties, which are also very low, quite modest, if the under collection was of the range of up to $58 million that was lost annually. And this is just looking at one form of taxation that is inefficient and low, but it just shows some of the scope of this. Yeah, and then to end up with some lessons. What are some lessons for emerging resource-rich but poor developing countries? You have to, in general, make quite a massive effort towards simplifying regulatory systems. There is, and this also comes to tax legislation and specialized regulation for extractive. There are often, you see that there is so many different fees, so many different taxes that intermittently undermine actually the credibility of the tax collection overall and the efficiency. And you need to also develop much more specialized regulations. As Frian was saying, in many of the countries you don't have specialized regulations. You don't have, even in the income tax legislation, dedicated sections that go to the resources that make up such an important part of the economy. Again, ideally, why not move towards concession systems? Why not have simpler systems where you take out the whole problem linked to the negotiation? Why insist on the most complicated contracts when you don't have capacity, when you are bound to lose out on the negotiations? Of course, there are corruption issues and explanations of it, but there are some movements in Nigeria now. They are actually moving towards the concession systems on the latest licensing and on some blocks. And then another second lesson is ensure a mix of state and private sector participation. Utilize actively field mine development plans, seek to have several companies in each license block. This is again, mining is backward, to be very honest. I mean, first come, first serve. Anyone that shows up can get a license. No competition. In petroleum, luckily enough, there is competitions, although there are problems with how the contracts and licenses are awarded. But often you have several companies involved. For example, Tanzania now on natural gas offshore, you have several companies involved in many of the blocks. And then also on the government side, use the development plans, use the field plans to hold the companies accountable. Use them also to make sure that you optimize what they take out of the ground, such that you don't have a situation where they just have a short-term view and where you end up in a negative situation for the government. Design robust government take regimes, so this also has to be regimes that can withstand both low and high prices, and the same in terms of cost. Mines are different in terms of their profile and how much it costs to take out, the similar on the petroleum and gas to some extent. So you need to have a balance. When you're talking about low-income country, you need also to have some revenue up front, but also not overstretch it, such that you can also stimulate investment. And then consider developing specialized extractive industry tax modeling capacity. Again, I talked about it, to facilitate the design of the policy and also not the least the enforcement. Then there is a very important part on transparency. Many of the speakers have been mentioning this. You need to have transparency in the revenue flow, and particularly often on the non-tax related government take. Often, for example, now in Tanzania, there is the big opportunity of the gas sector. A lot of the revenue will go to the national oil company, as is the case in many countries in Africa. Then you need to have clear rules and regulations on that revenue actually you will ensure it ends up in the treasury and that it will be utilized in the right way. It's easier said than done, but at least if there's no rules and regulations or no system in place, you can be sure that it will be difficult. And then, as Frian was mentioning, also expand transparency approaches to enable sharing of key information in the approved base for efficient taxation or real earning. This is also a big issue. There is some process in Tanzania now to try to look at the potential to implement the transparency guarantee. Could be the first country in the world if it does it. Apparently there have been some announcements recently, and we had a mission in September that worked with the government on this. It's a possibility to introduce it linked to the fourth licensing round on petroleum. We are hopeful that this can go through, and there are some signals from the Minister of Energy that they have accepted the idea. But in general, this is a very important point. And then, last point on regulatory approach to gemstone and forestry. As I mentioned, you need to sort of completely reform the approach, actually. I mean, the approach is faulty in many of the elements. You need to know the resource. Often there's no proper information on the resource. I mean, both in gemstone and forestry, and that is critical. I mean, we know this from mining and petroleum. You need to know more or less reasonable range, at least. What is the resource? To be able to regulate it. And then competitive rights to exploration and use. You need to have ideally auctionings, if it's possible, if not, at least some element of competition, not just handing out to anyone. And then increase the size of license unit or area to increase formality. This, I insist, it's the only countries in the region and in the world where gemstone is working or where they are getting a fair share is where it's regulated with larger units and you can control what is happening. Look to Botswana. And the fourth point there, independent monitoring and audit, both on gemstone and also on forestry. You need independent agencies that come in and monitor and audit regularly. There have been some pilots on this. There are some countries in Africa that do it, and Latin America and Asia, but it's not very common. And then also, why not also introduce modern tax and revenue collection systems? Most of the way that the revenue possibilities from this sector are regulated are still very backward. It's still based on very obscure fees or licenses that often the rate is too low and at least the way it is collected is not close to being efficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we're going to have a small debate, and I'd like to call upon the speakers. So what can be done? I mean, what are the tools? You were asked, Guttorm, in the beginning about that, and you were quite pessimistic. Is that the right perception of you? Are you pessimistic? What kind of tools do we have?
Well, I think Tim Daniels' talk illustrated the problem quite well in the sense that he showed that we're not even enforcing our own money laundering laws at home, which suggests that even if we were able to make a difference in, say, poorer countries, we would still have the problem remaining at home. So we get nowhere. So I think that's something we have to address. One thing that surprises me, if you look at the bank scandal related to HSBC, is the fact that they have admitted, to money laundering. They've been fined, but I think for this thing to be effective, you actually have to punish the people who were in charge of the money laundering. You actually have to go to this department who didn't do their job and say, well, you're going to be jailed. Only then will you have much tougher enforcement of these kind of rules, and we're quite far from that type of rules yet. We're actually quite far from actually making the general public, and not to mention the politicians, aware of the problems that we're facing. So that's why I think we've got a long way to go.
Why is that so? Why aren't the politicians aware? I mean, is it the academics hasn't done a good enough job? Is it a group like represented here who hasn't done a good enough job?
I think the answer is twofold. It might be that we're not doing a good job, but I think it's also that the other side is saying that we've got it all wrong. It's us that are the problem, it's not the system. Because they've got very strong commercial interests in keeping it as it is. And they're the wealthy ones, it's not us.
So it's an asymmetric battle, as
an asymmetric battle, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Fleon, what do you think? What are the tools? I mean, you had a very pessimistic scenario for us. How can this be fought back?
I think it's you can have a positive view on it if you're able to do three things. Mm-hmm. First, you need pressure. If you don't have pressure, then institutions will not move forward. If you have the pressure to get transparency, once you have transparency, you are able to see where the problems are, the size of the problems, and then you can start thinking of what to do about it. And then you can start to think about multilateral agreements and fixing the problems inside the countries and across countries.
What's your view on the thought of the same action as started the process towards the cluster bomb convention, that some countries gather and start kind of rolling a process and then end up with the convention?
I totally agree with Guttorm, because when we see how slowly OECD is moving forward, it's impossible to think that OECD will ever catch up with the trends that is going on. So
why? Are there no willingness, or what?
There are too many countries with vested interest,
yeah.
And therefore, since OECD is a consensus organization and the UN is the same, it's impossible. You need to start with a group of countries that agree.
Olav, what tools do we have?
I'm very focused on, since I'm working in Africa, on what the African countries can do. So I think, I mean, despite I agree that there needs to be sort of a fight on different levels, and definitely we have a responsibility on our side that is a moral responsibility as well, it has been mentioned, and it also affects the whole global financial and economic situation. I also think that Africa can do a lot of things, and I think there are forces, good forces that are moving in the right direction in Africa as well. I mean, it's not a very simple picture, but there are a lot of people that want to change things, including politicians as well. There is a new generation of politicians coming up.
So there is a stray of hope.
I think so, and I think there are a lot of things you can do actually despite the global situation. I mean, transparency guarantee is one concrete. I mean, we were sitting also, Frian and other Morten Eriksen from Økokrim, drafting a possible clauses that can be included into the production sharing agreements. That can be one concrete thing that Tanzania can do. Zambian experience also was that you can do things, and what also was done there has increased their revenue significantly. Although, as I showed, the gap is still very large on what they should be receiving. They are still receiving much more than they would have done without those changes and the support that has been given.
Before we let the audience come to here, I would like to ask you one more question. What is the connection between the financial crisis and the secrecy and the leakage of tax money, Guttorm?
Well, the obvious answer to that is that everyone isn't contributing their share to tax revenue. And because of that, a larger share of the burden falls on those remaining, or a more narrow tax base, to put it that way. In Norway, that's basically the middle-class wage earners. In other countries, it may be different. So that's the immediate consequence. Since this problem affects such a wide variety of issues, it's the financial crisis is just sort of one aspect of it, and the dire budget requirements. But it really goes to the roots of who benefits from being able to conceal themselves, and the answer to that is almost everybody who has a darker side to what they're doing. And that's really what we're grappling with.
Leon?
Yes, I think the answer can only be one. We see how taxes are leveling off or being actually reduced, even in the best of global economic times, before the financial crisis. And it is no question that companies have gotten more instruments to move much more money, and the development of these mechanisms have been so fast that global institutions, local institutions are just not able to keep up.
Ola?
Yes, I think, as Africa now also is on a positive growth and development trend, the last decade and a half, I think also this shield that it's had to some extent from the variations in the global economy will diminish. So it will be more connected, it will have more impacts. If things are not going well in the overall global situation, it will have much more severe effects than it had now with the global financial crisis in 2008, 2009. And for many countries, the effect was not that large. In fact, Zambia, where I was, tax revenue went down a little bit, but overall economic growth was maintained at a fairly high level. So this will grow as a problem for Africa as well.
We have talked about two issues. One is the connection between the financial crisis and the leakage of tax money. And then we had one round about what are the tools, what are our defense against this scary scenario.
One of the things that afterwards I realized I hadn't emphasized sufficiently when I was speaking was the role that the UK banks play in assisting these kleptocrats to get their money out of the jurisdiction. Because, of course, it all has to start somewhere. And this is why I said I had this strong sense of déjà vu when the Arab Spring came along, and particularly with Mubarak, because this money has gone through banks and been invested in property in the UK in just the same way as the money went through banks in the City of London with Abacha. And last year, our Financial Services Authority published a report in which they actually said that nothing appeared to have moved forward since that press release that they issued in March 2002, in which they had been critical of banks failing to implement money laundering procedures. And that is still happening. These banks are not carrying out proper checks, and unfortunately, their overriding motive in taking these monies is still the profit motive. And so it's the customer relations managers. These are the people who drive the banks as far as taking these illicit monies in is concerned, and the profits of the banks. And of course, the profits of the banks mean additional bonuses for the people who are running the banks. And so I'm afraid that there is, whichever way you look at it, there has to be a direct connection between the monies being taken in by our banks and the profits which are being generated. And
so more control of the banks. That's your answer to what tools we have.
More control over the banks would certainly be desirable. And what the Financial Services Authority did was to carry out spot checks in relation to various accounts which they thought were suspicious. And they found that the proper checks had not been carried out. The due diligence, the know your customer diligence which should have been carried out had not been done, or it had been overridden. And that is deliberate flouting of the law.
Okay, thank you.
My name is
you
Alex
have to
Prats. My name is Alex Prats. I work for Christian Aid in the UK, also in the area of tax justice. My question for the panel is that you've been identifying some of the tools or solutions to the problem of financial secrecy and secrecy jurisdictions. But I would like to ask if you could be a bit more concrete about what top 3 policy changes you think would be required to reverse the situation, and also concretely in terms of reducing the huge area of tax avoidance practiced by multinationals? How to make that area smaller than it is today? Thank you.
Thank you, and then you can pass it to.
I'm Terry from South Africa. I've been a whistleblower in the so-called arms deal scandal, and last year took President Jacob Zuma to our Constitutional Court and have forced the Constitutional Judicial Commission of Inquiry into the arms deal. But Tim talked about lack of political will amongst particularly the British government and the vested interests, and I would suggest the BAE is kind of the epitome of vested interests in the British government. The Saudi Arabian scandal is the big one, but South Africa is number 2. The British government admits that bribes were paid to sell weapons to South Africa. There's a mountain of evidence, and yet at every opportunity there is an attempt from the British government to put the lid on the scandal. We have an opportunity to cancel the stuff, return it to England, and hopefully get our money back from the banks. But what prospect would there ever be of challenging the vested interests such as the BAE and the hold it holds over British governments?
Thank you. If you could just pass back on the same side, and then we'll take this side after. Yes, please.
My name is Dennis Allen, and I work for Norwegian Church Aid here in Norway. My question is it a raft of the Titans? And I ask that specifically because most of these companies, for example, operating in Tanzania and in Zambia, have signed to international laws and conventions. But also, these laws and conventions are the same ones that are backed up by the countries from which these countries come from. The Newmont from the US and Canadian Barrick, for example. And at the same time, these companies or these multinational companies have economies greater than the countries in which they operate, in most cases, have a population, if I should call it, of shareholders much more than in the countries they operate. They have a political will and technological know-how much more than the ones in the countries they operate. So I'm thinking, is it a fight of the Titans? Because then it's an unknown battle.
Yeah, thank you. Please.
My name is Adamson. I work with Christian Aid, Norwegian Church Aid, and Dan Church Aid in Zambia. I've paid attention to a number of proposed solutions to the panel, and I wanted to know, what is it that civil society in Africa can do differently to what we are actually doing? The solutions that have been proposed, I think most civil society have been advocating towards that, but it looks like it's falling on the deaf eye or the deaf ears or something. For the fact that civil society are not there in parliament to enact laws, they're actually not there when these contracts are being signed. What is it exactly that we need to do different from what we're actually doing? Because I think we are a little bit too late. These minerals will finish. By the time we come up with solutions, there will be nothing in Africa.
My name is Marit Strand, and I work for NORAD, and I have just come back from the Norwegian embassy in Mozambique, which is facing many of the same issues that we have been talking about today. I would like to focus upon the role of Parliament. And while perhaps the history hasn't been so good up to now, I think that there is a huge potential. And I think, like my colleague mentioned, that with the new generation of politicians coming up, I think this is an area where we should perhaps be focusing more. Thank you.
Patricia Ghana. I'm wondering the kind of banking systems that exist in developing countries that enables corrupt leaders to keep their monies there. And then if it's possible, because we always get to know of it when they are out of office, and then there is this long battle of trying to get the monies back. Can something be done so that when they are sending the monies, maybe it will be made public, or they are not allowed to send monies there?
Yes, my name is Daniel Bikojulans, and I work with OpenAI, which is a probity development organization that deals with revenue governance. My question or my concern concerns two issues. One, accounting and
accounting standards, in any case, accounting audited standards. From the discussions, it clearly came out that since most countries, especially those who have been colonized by Britain, were using their standards to operate, to prepare our books, accounting books, etc., etc. So the question now is, how can we capacitate local professionals in these countries to come up with localized standards which will be different from what Britain is operating? For example, we have regional standards for the whole of West Africa, so they can actually report, because from your discussions, there are a lot of 40 issues which I believe if we have a local standards, we can work perfectly to bring out reports that we detect how monies have been taken away from these developing countries. The other question is about developing civil society in the area of probity oversight and revenue governance. We need a lot of support in that area. Well, I don't know what would be your own role to support these civil societies who are engaging in revenue governance, probity work, especially in the area of budget advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Godfrey Walalaze from Sebastian Kolo Memorial University, working with the Institute of Justice and Peace in Tanzania. First of all, I'd like to say that there was a statement here which brought me to some kind of special attention by my brother there when he said that when the dust started to quake. Mm-hmm. And this was connected to the fact that there being a lot of information or cry from the developing world on these kind of illicit funds and things, but it was quiet. And you mentioned that now, at least in the Western world, they've now started to feel. Is this what is causing now this kind of trying to unite hands? Because now the Western world is starting also to feel this kind of quakes. And secondly, I would also like to know, is there a willingness from the community, the Western world community, to come to the point of seeing equity in sharing with the natural resources? Because this might be spoken in the forums, but those people knowing that, okay, our communities are being benefiting in one way or the other from those kind of illicit business which has been done there. We have these trains and everything, and whatever is there. Is there a willingness from these communities to see that now we can forget of some of the benefits to make things come into balance and this equity, so that even those developing countries and the resources they have could also benefit the same way we are benefiting? And lastly, my brother there, Olaf, we are coming from the same country now as he's working the embassy in Dar es Salaam there. You mentioned about Tanzania in pre-HIPIC by 2016, despite tax increase. Can you tell it a bit more? There's tax increase 18 to 25 to 32. Is this in the eyes of the Western world or in the eyes of the local communities? Because this has not been translated yet into the life of the local communities. People are still very poor and are deprived of all the rights even in the natural resources. Now, is this the statement from the eyes of the Western world or from the local communities where you are working? And even you mentioned something of a resource cost diminishing. I really didn't understand that. Resource cost diminishing with these weak public institutions. Is there a reality in that? Thank you.
I'm Ukelma Begeli from Nigeria. I work with Gender and Development Action. Actually, I want to talk about the judiciary as well. I'm from Nigeria. I just want to make sure or ask, how is it possible or how can we go about it that the judiciary is independent? Because we have some instruments in Nigeria, like the FOI Act, Freedom of Information, that you can play around it and get some information. Even when you get the information, when you want to now go to court or something, it is still the judiciary that will decide. And if they're being bought over by the government, there is nothing that you can do about it. So how are we going to go about the independence of the judiciary? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jerome, a master's student in Norway and a Ghanaian. my question is more on the extractive industry. Now, we know that the resource scarce is eminent, is significant, and developing countries are losing revenues from these resources. Now, one of the suggestions we have is to leave these resources in the ground until we have effective regulative frameworks and then institutions, as for example you've pointed out today. Now, my question is, do you think it's better for us to, for example, push that agenda of probably having the effective institutional framework and then the regulative frameworks in place before advancing the extraction of these resources? Or rather, the two should go hand in hand. And then, of course, you would also agree that if the two are running parallel, the growth of the institution, or getting the institutional quality and the regulations is rather slow compared to the extraction process. So it's possible that by the time that we would have the quality institutions that we talk about and then the effective models, then the resources would have finished. So it's not better for us to leave the resources in the ground until we have the institutional quality in place.
My name is Jamus Joseph from South Sudan. I work for the Norwegian People's Aid in the South Sudan program. I just want to say I'm really scared by the picture the panel here painted of the situation in the realm of the financial secrecy. To me, I think Tim made the summary of it all, because the bottom line is that there is massive amounts of money being stolen from extremely poor people and cashed away in developed countries. Now, my question is it enough to say these people who stole this money should return it, or this money should be repatriated from, to the country where they were stolen from? Is there enough disincentive to these corrupt officials, or should there be something else? I'm saying there should be something else, because if you look at the statistics Tim presented to us, it's scary enough. But look behind the statistics. Let us say somebody stole $1 billion. And that $1 billion, if it was used for buying vaccine for children in a county, say, of 300, maybe 30,000 children, it would have saved a lot of lives. But because this person stole the money, this vaccine will not reach those children. And therefore, if there was an outbreak of measles, massive number of children would have died. Is this not a crime that should be equatable to war crime? I think it's worse than war crime. If you can kill 30,000 children just like this because you stole a huge amount of money that would have gone to buying vaccine for children. And so I am also glad that there is a lot of interest from the academia. I think there should be a solution that should be found rather than trying just to repatriate this money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those were very, very good, interesting questions, and it shows the level of concern that there is in this audience. Several of the questions were directed towards legal process and what can be done, for example, by civil society. In answer to the last question from South Sudan, one of the things that I advocate is the extending of the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court to cover crimes of corruption, because they kill far more people than any crime of genocide. But I discussed this with Luis Moreno Ocampo, the former prosecutor, and he, when he was in private practice, he actually prosecuted corruption. And he said, by comparison with prosecuting corruption, prosecuting war crimes is a doddle. In other words, the difficulties of prosecuting corruption are many and manifest. And so it is an extremely tall order. But here are some ideas perhaps for making it more effective. I mentioned, I think, the shifting of the burden of proof, which is what happened in the Abacha case in Switzerland. The Abachas were declared to be a criminal organization, and they therefore had to prove that they had come by all that money legitimately. Now that just doesn't happen in most of our courts these days in the West. And it should be automatic. If a guy is earning 40,000 a year and he has assets of 40 million, the first question is, where did you get this money from? And if he can't give a satisfactory answer, then he should be presumed guilty. It's not very difficult. It's not rocket science. And on a balance of probabilities under the civil standard, that I think would help a lot. The kind of action that we've seen in France with the NGOs, Sherpa, TI, one would like to see civil society enabled to a much greater extent in other jurisdictions to bring these actions on behalf of victim countries, because so often the problem is that the new regime in the victim country is to a large extent dependent on the previous regime. Now I know this is a very, very difficult question to answer, but if you could have a system whereby there was, as it were, an alternative course of action which could be taken by NGOs, by civil society, and subject to the supervision of the court, then that might, again, I think, offer a way forward. On the independence of the judiciary in developing countries, this, of course, is a very old and difficult problem. In Kenya, they, of course, say, why hire a lawyer when you can buy a judge? And, one sees this pattern repeated over and over again. Judicial probity is a massive problem, and that can only be overcome by the raising of standards, and there are a lot of organizations which are involved in that, and also paying the judiciary proper salaries. But it's training and the infusion of a proper ethic into these people, which ultimately is going to be the most telling factor. Anti-corruption commissions. Next week in Jakarta, UNODC and UNDP are gathering together about 50 anti-corruption commissions in order to find out basically what's going wrong with anti-corruption commissions, which are provided for under the UN Convention Against Corruption, and so many are failing or have failed. And this is largely because they are not truly independent of the governments in the countries where they are operating. And one sees this pattern again repeating, most notably recently in Nigeria, when Nuhu Ribadu, who was the head of the EFCC, he had, I think it was 35 of the state governors in his sights to bring prosecutions against before there was a change of government. I mean, we saw that about 3 or 4 of them, there was action taken against them, but before he could take it any further, there was a change of government, and the new Attorney General had him booted out, and basically there were no more prosecutions of state governors. So you've got to make your anti-corruption commissions truly independent, give them the support they require. But even if you do that, as happened in Kenya with Aaron Ringera, who was paid a large salary, and people complained about that, but ultimately he was kicked out too, and he had a record of having basically removed 20 of the top judiciary in Kenya before he was appointed head of the Anti-Corruption Commission, and that was why he was appointed. But then, in some way or another, he was compromised when he was head of the Anti-Corruption Commission. He was making progress, and I don't know the nature of how he was compromised, but since then there's been another head of the Anti-Corruption Commission, and he was actually caught on film taking bribes. So you've simply got to make sure that these people...
Soon conclude?
Sorry. Registers of interest by politicians and...
I think you can pass the word over to Olav.
No. One could go on.
Okay, let me just comment on a lot of questions and more than anything, very good comments, I think, to complement the discussion. Fight of the Titans, yes, definitely. I mean, I think it's recognized by all the speakers here. That doesn't mean that you cannot do anything. And even if the companies sign up to even EITI, there was a question on that. This is just a tiny start. EITI is just disclosing how much the companies are paying and government saying how much they are receiving. It doesn't really in itself address the key issue. You need to look at the whole value chain. That is happening in some countries. It has been happening in Zambia. It has been happening in Tanzania to some extent. So you need to look at knowing the resource, how you give the right to explore, to produce, and what happens with the money afterwards as well. So there are initiatives in that direction, and we cannot give up on this. I think that it is a battle, it is a fight, but it's possible to fight, and it's possible also at the country level to address it and improve through direct measures. The transparency guarantee can be introduced, it can be enforced, it's possible to do it, although it has not been done exactly like that before, but changes are possible. EITI process, I think it doesn't address the main problems really, but it's an important start to get more transparency on a very basic level. But then you need to move downstream and also upstream to really address the key problems. In Tanzania now there have been 2 reports, and already from the reports we see that we get a better picture of exactly what is going on, and also it puts a lot of emphasis on the companies to be, and also on government, to be much more transparent and communicate to the population in a different way. In terms of Prosper's, I think is a very good comment. I mean, how to get the politicians to listen. I mean, all of us here are sort of on the same page and in the same audience and state of mind and opinion, I think, to a large extent. But we need to, and we are all struggling. And the question was asked by many of the speakers. I mean, how do we get the Minister of Finance? How do we get the parliamentarians?
Just came in the door here.
Yes, we have the Minister of Finance here. That is good. But I think that is a fundamental question, and it's a question that we deal with also when we work in Tanzania and Zambia, for example. We tend to sit in different meetings in different rooms. And as you were saying, I mean, you make presentations to parliamentary committees. We also meet with parliamentary committees. We meet separately with Minister of Finance and separately with... But it's possible to try to bring people together and to try to have more dialogue. It's not easy, but that is the next challenge. That is really, I mean, this is important, but you need to also, in these venues, to bring more different stakeholders together. In terms of this comment I had on the pre-HIPIC level and whether the resource curse is sort of disappearing, my point was not to say that it's disappearing. I was referring to an IMF report, the Regional Economic Outlook for 2012, that looks at the last decade of data and related to the specific point that output growth on average in resource-rich countries has been lower. That has not been the case in the last decade if you look at sub-Saharan Africa. So that was my point. But as I also said, I mean, there are resource curse elements that are clear for everyone to see, linked to poverty rates staying high, linked to social environmental indicators, linked to very slow structural transformation. That means that it will be difficult beyond the boom and the economic growth now to continue real economic development and change.
And that concludes your...
Yes.
Frian?
Yeah.
Yes. The second question was, what are the 3 top measures? And I would say, repeating somewhat someone said, transparency, transparency, and transparency. There are 3 levels of transparency. 80 is a necessary level of transparency, but it is not enough. The second level of transparency is to get multinational companies, especially the extractive industries, to report country by country on their production, investments, revenues, costs, taxes, not only taxes. The third level of transparency goes between the authorities and the companies themselves. That is that a company signs agreements when they get access to resources to extract, that they guarantee that they will not use secrecy. And there was also a question of what can civil society do differently. I think one of the best things that civil society can do is that they can coordinate their efforts, work together. That is much more effective than working by oneself. And when we look at, for example, the example of UK, yes, there is a big reason why UK is behaving like it's doing. If you look at where the UK had influence in the world, you will find that the influential circles of UK and the US is covering a lot of the secrecy jurisdictions. And there are sitting secrecy jurisdictions inside those countries as well. Delaware in the US, City of London in the UK. So some of these countries, like UK, when they are saying that they are going to do something, they are paying lip service. And what do you do with lip service? Well, you have to expose it as lip service, so that they actually have to take real measures after that. Again, it's pressure, it's coordination. And when it comes to some of the regulation, I have a favorite saying. I don't know whether I read it or have created it myself, but law is too important to leave to lawyers, and accounting is too important to leave to auditors. And that means that there needs to come other groups together with the lawyers and the auditors to secure that the regulation is working in the direction that broad parts of the global society wants, and not specifically in the direction of companies.
Okay, thank you. Gustav, you have the last word is yours.
Okay, that's a daunting task. The last speaking gentleman, the man with the hat, not grey hair, the man with the hat.
Yeah.
He said,
I think you can safely say that.
Yeah, he said something which I think is quite telling, because we've been talking about why doesn't the rest of the society do something or see what we see. When he mentioned that people who stole assets from society and by doing so killed people because they would get inferior water quality, lack of health services, 25% of this audience laughed of this linkage, which means that we don't take it literal or too seriously. And we're on the same page, as Brian said. And when we are laughing, what would do you think corporate leaders or politicians or the Minister of Finance who arrived late will say? They will, of course, be even more remotely connected to this. You have to have walked the killing fields of Africa. You have to have walked among dying infants to really see what's going on. And you have to emotionally be able to do that link. We're not there. That's why we have weak monitoring. That's why we don't punish the guys who launder the money in the banks. Instead, we put a fine on the banks. That's why we have all these weak incentives. It's the lack of fairness of civilization that we're still struggling with in this case. I think this, and let me answer Helen Banks' question, since she is challenging me on the IMF and the World Bank. She's right, of course, that they're very investor-friendly. They have to be repaid for their loans. And who can repay the loans if they build institutions? Well, the government can, but we've already talked about that the government is too corrupt to do this. So that's why they don't build institutions in the end. So we can't put our hope to a new generation of politicians, but it is really a thin thread. But let's hope that is correct. I think I'll end with this.
So we end on a slightly optimistic note. Very slight. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very delighted and honored to introduce to you today's keynote speaker, former Greek Prime Minister and current leader of the Socialist International, Mr. George Papandreou. Mr. Papandreou has served as a member of parliament in Greece since 1981. He has served in several government posts as Undersecretary of Culture and Minister of Education before becoming Minister of Foreign Affairs in 1999 to 2004. He served as Prime Minister of Greece from November 2009 to November 2011. He is an active supporter of the information society and e-democracy. So in 2003, Papandreou was selected as one of the 25 people who are changing the world of internet politics. We have now had a full day of discussing financial secrecy and what happens to the market. Now we all look forward to listen to what a Greek statesman can share from his experiences from a country that has been hit hard by the financial crisis. Mr. Papandreou's presentation is called "The Financial Crisis and the Challenges that Confronted Greece to Cradle of Democracy." Please give Mr. Papandreou our warmest welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, first of all, it's a great honor to be with you today. I very much wanted to be here. I've traveled from Boston, where I am teaching some courses around the Greek and European crisis at Harvard. But I wanted to be with you because I do believe in what you are doing, your actions in favor of transparency and fighting the secrecy, tax havens, the corruption, which has played a major role, not only in my country, but also around the world, in deepening inequality and in creating injustices. But I'm also glad to be back in Norway because it always reminds me that at a time when Greece was in dire need during a dictatorship, it was the countries of the north that gave us a safe haven and asylum. Actually, my father, as he could not have a Greek passport in exile, was given a Norwegian passport. And therefore, I very much appreciate, as the Greek people appreciate, the solidarity we've had and we found amongst the Norwegian people. And in keeping in this good tradition, the organization that is today has invited me and has organized this conference, PWYP, Publish What You Pay, is a very important initiative, very important work, and I personally hope to be able to work with you and with many others here in this room, in a global fight for transparency, for better governance, for more democratic governance, against corrupt practices and injustices. I also would like to say that in these times of need in Greece, the Norwegian government and the Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg have also shown great solidarity. But this is a deeply democratic struggle. What we are facing in Greece is, I believe, a democratic struggle. I will begin by a question: why the crisis in Greece? A country which had become prosperous, decades of democracy, with great potential, economic potential, development in the areas of agriculture, the Mediterranean or Cretan diet, potential in the tourism of high quality, potential in green energy, greater potential in fisheries, in shipping, in human capital, and of course, an important player in the region, in the Balkans. We are neighbors to the Arab Spring and have been instrumental in Turkey's prospects towards Europe. But we are only 2.5% of the GDP of the European Union. So why the crisis? Well, first of all, Greece is not a poor country. Certainly, Greece, however, was a mismanaged economy. And I would say that, of course, we were all shocked, and I personally was shocked when we realized the depth of the deficit and the debt when I took over as Prime Minister. But I also realized that this was the tip of an iceberg of deeper problems. And the deeper problems were not that Greeks were lazy, drinking ouzo and dancing zorba, although I know that many of you enjoy coming to Greece to do exactly that, and you're always welcome. But that would be a very convenient narrative if that was the way. And it would be a very simple solution. We would just stop drinking ouzo and stop dancing zorba and the crisis would be over. But there were truly other underlying problems that I think many did not want to see. It was convenient to say that, oh, these lazy Southerners. As a matter of fact, when I heard that, I looked up the statistics in the OECD, and I found out that Greeks work the most in the European Union, as far as hours are concerned. So there are other problems we have to look at and see what they were, not only in Greece, but in the Eurozone and the European Union, and I would add in the global financial system. First of all, there was a myth that Greece had a bloated welfare system. I would say that that's a myth because, yes, of course, there were many inequalities and there were many privileges which had to be changed, but it was much more a badly run state of bad governance, of clientelistic politics, and of an oligarchy of vested interests that didn't want to see the modernization of the Greek state, as they wanted to use their influence directly to benefit, to develop privileges, whether they be from privileges in state procurements or in media or in banks and many other areas. And of course, a bureaucracy which was quite complex, which inevitably meant lack of transparency. Let me just give you some statistics. Brookings Institute 2 years ago, just during the crisis, made a study and said that if Greece was as transparent as the Nordic countries, we would gain 8% GDP. 8% GDP. We would not have had a financial crisis, an economic crisis in Greece, had we had transparency and the institutions similar to the ones in the Nordic countries. It is estimated that there are approximately 11 billion per year in tax evasion. We are fighting that, of course. Other areas where there is loss or waste is the health system, and we had a large number of tax returns that were never collected. So one of the first things I had to do, and I felt was necessary, was to restore or to bring transparency to our institutions. One of the first things was, of course, to restore credibility by creating an independent statistical authority so that everyone knew exactly what our financial situation was. Transparent, functioning, and accountable statistical authority. Secondly, in combating clientelism, we voted on a law which made all employment and promotion in the civil service completely objective and transparent. Another area important of migration and of refugees, we created an absolutely objective and transparent system for those who could become naturalized citizens or those who could get refugee status, because this also was an area where there was a lack of transparency and even a clientelistic approach. We opened up, through open government system, the possibility of people's deliberation on all our laws before they went to the cabinet and before they went to parliament to be voted on. Sort of a wiki deliberation, if you like. We opened up secrecy of bank accounts, and today we have thousands of people that are being investigated, both for their accounts inside and outside Greece. For the first time in our history, we published a list of all those who had large amounts owed to the public to the public sector, to the tax authorities, those who owed more than 150,000 euros, and this was put into the public domain. We also decided, in order to bring more transparency, is to publish every single expenditure online, put every single public expenditure online. We call it in English clarity, in Greek diavia, and only in 1 year we had 2.2 million items that were published online from over 2,500 different entities of the public. And you can go online and find things like how much the photocopy machine was maintained. It cost 11 euros and 9 cents in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We also had a census. These are self-evident, maybe in Norway, but I said in Greece that what we were doing was a revolution of the self-evident. We had a census of pensioners. We did not know who was getting a pension and who was not, and who should not have a pension, which reduced the public spending, just the census itself, by 450 million in 2011. Also, we had a census of people receiving disability pensions, which again gave us minimized our cost by 250 million euros. We put into place an e-prescription for health, because there was unluckily a collusion between big pharmaceutical companies and a large number of doctors who would get kickbacks by giving very expensive treatments when patients did not need them. And just by pushing through this e-prescription, this electronic prescription, we were able to cut in the pension funds, which we used it, 30% of the costs. We brought online auctions for procurements, particularly in the health area, and the first that we did cut down the cost by 80%. And of course, we began negotiations with countries such as Switzerland in order to see if we can have transparency and fight tax evasion, which of course is the very basic thing you are talking about these days. I also took an initiative, and with Angela Merkel, Nicolas Sarkozy, and Jean-Claude Juncker, we together wrote a letter, which I then took not only to the other European authorities, but also to President Obama, on the need to have transparency concerning the so-called CDSs, the credit default swaps, as that is a market of approximately $600 trillion, an amazingly huge market, however, which has very or no transparency. However, the question of transparency is not just an issue for Greece. If you look at the other countries that are in crisis, it may be interesting that Transparency International has linked many of the deficits and the debts for Italy and Spain and Portugal to the fact that there was not the most transparent governance. Now, why was that? Maybe we can look in the historical reasons, but let us see that the institutions that developed after dictatorships in Spain, Portugal, and Greece, even Italy, of course, during the Cold War, had a highly clientelistic politics. We did not go through a process of glasnost and perestroikas, although they were not always successful, even in the East and the Central European countries, which left the institutions unchanged and very often non-transparent when we came into the European Union. But what I'm trying to get at here is that when we talk about the crisis in Greece, it is not a crisis of simply spending too much, not a crisis of the welfare system. It's a crisis where we needed to have deep reforms in our institutions. And when I insisted with the so-called Troika, the Troika you may know, is the three institutions that oversee the adjustment program of Greece and other countries. They are the IMF, the ECB, the European Central Bank, and the European Commission. I insisted that this is where we need to put the emphasis. We need to put the emphasis in reform, in creating the transparent institutions that will work in order to deal with the root causes of the debt and the deficit, and not simply the symptoms. However, I found resistance for, I think, a number of reasons. First of all, if we were to tackle the root causes, this would take more time, and it does take more time to make reforms. And more time meant more costs. That, of course, meant that somehow the costs of adjustment would have to be paid, or would have to be, the funds would have to be found. And Europe did not have this capability, still does not have this major capability, such as, for example, Eurobonds. A second reason is that I believe, and this pertains not only to our countries that are now in the adjustment program, but I believe other countries that have dealt with the IMF, whether it's in Latin America or in Asia, there is a conventional wisdom of economics which does not look at the institutional side of the crisis. It looks at the labor market, it looks at the wages, it looks at the inflation, but very often does not look at the power arrangements of our societies, which I believe are much more important in the end. And they pertain very much to the functioning of our democracies. And the point here is that I believe that whether we talk about growth or development, in the end, it is the democratic institutions that will play a crucial role as to whether we can move forward. But I think thirdly is that the European Union, somewhat conservative European Union, of course, moving through uncharted waters, in the end blindly followed this formula that austerity alone will solve the problem, and a blind faith that the markets will understand that we are now taking the right measures, and that we will therefore have the compliance of the markets and the support of the markets, which did not occur. In fact, this belief in the market panacea, if you like, in the end made it much more difficult, because the problem continued and continues to this day, as the markets are in a psychology. I'm not talking only about some of the speculation which certainly exists, but a psychology which is more herd-like, a fear after the 2008 risks of the crisis, after the Wall Street breakdown. There is a risk psychology which does not allow for them to be calm and supportive of what we are doing. This is where we needed a much more robust answer from the European Union institutions. We also had rating agencies, again, that in the time of the crisis before 2008 were rating AAA bonds which were fraudulent, while afterwards became overcautious. As I said, we had the CDSs, but again, we had the secrecy and the tax havens and the movement of capital, which also undermined our efforts. I say that because the market psychology and the lack of the institutions at the European level combined created further fears. Fears of the breakdown of the euro, fears of the euro exit of Greece, possibly other countries, and that alone created a deeper insecurity, but also allowed for billions of euros to be transferred. We estimate that about 33 billion euros were transferred from Greece, possibly abroad. And now we are investigating 15,000 cases of possible tax evasion or money laundering. But as I said, the debt and the deficit were symptoms of bad management. Of course, we did have to revamp our pension system, but in the end, this was not profligacy of the welfare state. It wasn't the pensions, it wasn't the unemployment benefits, it wasn't the educational system or the healthcare system to blame for Europe's economic crisis. And I think this is, if we look to some of the major economists that recently have been analyzing the crisis in the US, they also highlight the lack of transparency in the financial markets, the lack of monitoring, the fraud, the allocation, as I said, of AAA bonds, which were toxic bonds, and these were, in the end, corrupt practices, which were not monitored or controlled, and this put the US and the world into a free fall. And I say this because many of the analyses around this crisis have linked and compared the crisis in Wall Street in 2007 and 2008 to the crisis of the Great Depression. In what way? People, economists like Bob Reich, a former Labor Secretary under Clinton, or Nobel laureate Joe Stiglitz, Paul Krugman, also others such as Jeffrey Sachs, have said that the core problem was in fact linked to the question of inequality. And inequality has grown, has become much more prominent in the past years. Chrystia Freeland, writing in a recent book called The Plutocrats, has stated that from 2009 to 2010, 99% of the Americans' incomes grew only 0.2%, while for the top 1%, their income grew 11.6%. So those who recovered were only the top 1% that I don't think really needed much recovery. But inequality also exists in China, between the coastal and the rural populations, in India, between the urban middle and upper middle class and the hundreds of millions of peasants that are at subsistence level. And one can see that inequality has been both causing the crisis, but also has been a result of this crisis. First of all, the debt, as the living standards in the industrialized world started to fall, one of the solutions, in parenthesis, was that people went to borrow. But also what caused the crisis was the fact that this inequality was very important because it concentrated wealth in the hands of a smaller group of people. This concentration of wealth also meant concentration of power. And concentration of power meant lack of transparency, and I would add the capture of our democratic political institutions. The capture of the democratic political institutions, therefore, is what is at stake today because of this deepening inequality and this heightening of the concentration of both wealth and power. Our institutions are being usurped, and even though this, of course, this lack of transparency and this concentration of wealth may be seen more apparently in authoritarian regimes, we are witnessing it today in our advanced democracies. That is why I also believe that this dichotomy, this ideological dichotomy, which also pits markets against governments, is somewhat of a false dichotomy. Because you can have good markets and good regulation, and good governments and good governance, which both favor and serve the public good, or you can have markets and bad regulation and governments that are also badly functioning which in the end help vested interests and specific groups in society, rather than the public interest. So this is why I believe this is a deeply democratic question of how we regulate markets, but also how we create more transparent and more effective democratic institutions of governance. One example, of course, which brings home to you here in Norway, is an author writing about the bottom billion of the poor around the world, called Paul Collier. He makes an interesting comparison between Norway and Nigeria. He says they both have oil, petroleum, but he says in one country the revenues go to the state, and in the other country the revenues go to the minister. So behind this is the question of institutions. Yes, institutions matter. Democratic institutions matter. But as I said, even though in some countries there may be weaker institutions, even in countries with stronger democratic institutions, we are seeing now the capture of politics by vested interests. Jeffrey Sachs wrote in an article in the Financial Times that the difference between the Republican and Democratic Party in the United States is that the Republicans get their electoral money from the oil interests and the Democrats get their electoral money from Wall Street. But as inequality increases, as unemployment increases in the industrialized nations, there is another explanation which people like to talk about and to quote. It is the question of loss of competitiveness of the industrialized world, which of course is true. But what do we mean by competitiveness? And will we see in our world a race to the bottom or a race to the top? Because we see that competitive advantages in some countries mean no collective bargaining, low wages, no or a meager welfare state and benefits, lack of fundamental human rights, very possibly, and the degradation of the environment. Now, all these together do give a comparative advantage to some economies. But the question is, first of all, that this will be temporary, but secondly, is this the model we would like to emulate? And I believe we should build a model of development based on quality and not on inequality. This is also, however, creating another problem. We are seeing a resurgence of nationalism and xenophobia because one nation or one peoples are pitted against another peoples. Workers of one country are pitted against workers of another country. But the real divide is not between the populations, let's say, of China, India, Europe, and the US, but I would say between these populations and a new plutocracy which is being built up in the global economy. Something which, as I said, the author Freeland has now talked about. In fact, we are seeing a democracy moving into a plutocracy. And this is so because we are seeing both the combination of globalization and technical innovation. Two things that have many opportunities, creating amazing capabilities, capacity and power, but also which go unchecked. Going back to the ancient Greeks, when they talked about democracy, one of the basic reasons for democracy was to keep power in check, to check power, to have it accountable to the community, accountable to the polis, or the city, as it was called. If you didn't have that, then and you used power in the wrong way, then it was called hubris. and you had the wrath of the gods against you. That's why Aristotle said we should do things in measure, at a human measure, in order to protect collectively the common good from the concentration and misuse of power. And whether it was from Prometheus to Einstein or to the Zuckerbergers, we have a great capacity as a human potential around our world, but how we use that potential, whether it is nuclear, whether it is oil, whether it is knowledge, whether it is technical innovation, whether it is media, whether it is financial resources, how we use these innovations, these powers, these resources, this knowledge, this technology and media, that will determine the quality of our society. That will determine the quality of our democracies. And democracy is the system to keep in check and to make sure that these resources are used for the public good. And democracy, of course, is much more than voting. It is transparency, as you were talking about. It is accountability, it is deliberation, it is education, it is information, it is participation. However, democracy in ancient times was local and direct. Democracy today is representative and national. But the forces of globalization have created a class beyond our nations, a plutocracy outside our borders, beyond our borders, and therefore beyond our democratic institutions. And I think this is one thing which creates great frustration with politics today, particularly amongst the youth. The younger generation that sees that we have so many capabilities as a human race to make poverty history, to deal with climate change, to deal with the financial problems, to fight unemployment or pandemics, or deal in a more humane way with migration and refugees. And yet we are not doing so. And we're not doing so partly because these problems are beyond our national institutions, but secondly because there are forces much stronger than our national institutions. An author, Rothkopf, has talked about a superclass, and he says that there are basically 6,000 people that control the world today in what he calls Richistan, another country, which of course is up in the stratosphere. That's the country of the rich, where he says, and I quote, 10% of the world population controls 85% of the global wealth, 2% controls 50% of the global wealth, where the GDP of 60 countries is over 50 billion, but there are 166 corporations that have over 50 billion annual results. So, as I said, we tend to compare one country against another, China versus the US, or India, or Europe. Yet we need to realize that the real comparison is between our societies and a country called Richistan. So, what I believe is that we need to look for organizations such as yours, for the information, for the informing of politics, but also see how we as nations can use all the possibilities we can in order to deal with the secrecy, the loopholes, the tax havens, but then also look at the international, the global situation and see how we can strengthen global governance in order to deal with this new world of a globalized economy. In fact, what we are called to do is to humanize globalization. And I would say, coming back to Greece, that Greece was an icebreaker in a world where Yes, we, of course, had to deal with our own problems, and we became a weak link. But we became a weak link which showed the difficulties of a European Union, which now has to face up to the fact that if it wants to play a major role in the world, we have to become more integrated. We have to go beyond our nationalisms, beyond our rhetorics, which recently have been highlighted by easy scapegoating, either towards the south or towards the north. And we need to work together more cooperatively, more collectively in promoting a more just and a more transparent financial system. As far as Greece is concerned, and as we are speaking right now, the Eurogroup, as it's called, is deliberating around Greece. We have gone through 3 years of great difficulties trying to adjust not only to our own difficult situation, but also trying to deal with a much wider set of problems, both in the Eurozone, where the markets have been able to attack or have created greater fears, and this has undermined the efforts of the Greek people. And yet, again and again, we have shown, not only through reforms, but also through very difficult measures, that we are ready to make the sacrifices, very deep sacrifices, in order to remain part of this European family. So I would make an appeal to those who are making decisions today in the Eurogroup and tomorrow in the European Council, that Greece has done its part, and we can no longer be an excuse for inaction or for piecemeal action at the European or at the global level. We were an icebreaker, and we often felt a bit like the ancient myth of Sisyphus. For those of you who may not know that, that is a sense that was a punishment in ancient Greece, where you were told to push a rock up to the top of the hill and stabilize it there, but it would never stabilize, so it would always fall on the other side, and you would have to push it up again. And you do it again and again and again, and it would be never ending. Well, what I do believe is that we need to go away from that situation to a situation where it will be difficult, it will be more of an odyssey, another ancient Greek myth, with all its dragons and monsters and difficulties, but at least we will know we're on a path towards Ithaca, and that we will have the support and the solidarity of our fellow Europeans. So I then call upon my fellow Europeans to see that Greece has gone through a very difficult situation these past 3 years, and now what is needed is the necessary steps in Europe. Necessary steps, first of all, to help Greece deal with the question of its deficit and its debt sustainability, but also with the clear mandate, the clear declaration of all in Europe that since Greece has done its duty, there is a clear sense that Greece will remain within the euro. I say this because these last 2.5, 3 years, we have been living in not only very difficult situations of austerity with deep recession, but this has been exacerbated by the uncertainty in the markets that don't know whether today or tomorrow will be with the euro or with the drachma. That cannot go on because that has created a complete paucity of economic activity. If you were not to know what your currency would be tomorrow, you would not trade, you would not consume, you would not lend, you would not borrow, you would not invest. And that is what has happened in Greece over the past 2.5 years. We need to stabilize the situation, and this means, yes, a strong Europe vis-à-vis the markets, a strong Europe determined to show that we can put in place the institutions to strengthen our economic governance and show that this could be an example for the type of needed regulation and strengthening of institutions at the global level. Decisions such as more fiscal coordination, decisions we have made, economic coordination and harmonization, tax harmonization, and fighting the issue of secrecy and tax havens. This is an issue I have put every time when I was Prime Minister at the European Council. However, it would go to the G20, there would be lip service, and then nothing would be done. The issue also of a banking union to strengthen the confidence in all our banks in the European Union. New resources, which I do believe will also help for transparency, such as the financial transaction tax on banks, but also a much more robust presence of the European Union in the G20 in favor of global governance concerning the financial situation, the financial system. We also need to bridge the democratic deficit because, as I have said, before we have the confidence in the markets, we need to have the confidence of our peoples, and the confidence of our peoples also means confidence in the democratic workings of the European institutions. There have been a number of proposals concerning, for example, the election of a president of Europe, but also new forms of accountability, a defense union, programs for the unemployed, such as in Erasmus for the unemployed, where any unemployed, wherever he or she may be, Spain or Greece or Italy or anywhere else, could take a voucher and be trained anywhere in the European Union. And of course, a program for investment, not only in the human capacity, but also in green growth. At the same time, Europe must be at the forefront of dealing with the lack of governance in global finance. The use of tax havens by multinationals is so widespread that the United States Treasury is losing an estimated $100 billion every year in revenue. I assume there are similar sums in Europe. According to the Financial Accountability and Corporate Transparency Fact Coalition, the 20 largest corporations in the US have paid an average tax rate of under 3%, despite a nominal rate of 35%. Nationwide, the average rate is a mere 12%. All this, of course, perfectly legal. But it's fitting to have this discussion in Norway, which has the highest corporate tax contribution to GDP of all OECD countries, roughly 4 times higher than corporate contributions in the US or in Greece. And certainly, Norway's economic success is a direct consequence of its government's policy that citizens should not have to subsidize corporations and that there should be taxes which go to the public good. There are now 50 countries designated as offshore tax havens. According to the Tax Justice Network, there may be as much as $32 trillion in financial assets held offshore. This means that social inequality is actually far worse than official figures suggest. And certainly this is not a sustainable world. If there's one thing which I believe one should come from the Greek experience is that it is not only a question of creating the necessary institutions and the democratic governance, but these are a prerequisite for a sense of social cohesion and of social justice, a sense of justice. And if we do not restore this sense of justice in a globalizing world, no matter how many interesting innovations and how many interesting and new resources are developed, we will see greater inequalities around the globe. We will see these inequalities becoming concentration of power and wealth, and we'll see this concentration of power becoming a Trojan horse, another Greek myth, a Trojan horse coming back to capture our democratic institutions and endanger the very important and historical achievements that our democracies have been able to accomplish over the generations and over the years. So this is a democratic challenge. It is a challenge for our peoples, it is a challenge for our nations, it is a challenge to work together beyond our borders and beyond nationalisms, a challenge to create a global governance which is just, transparent, and representative. A difficult challenge, but one that is worth fighting. And I know that I am amongst those here today that believe that it is worth fighting for these goals, for these values, for these achievements. So I'm very happy to be here, and thank you very much.